Hey, don't look at me like that. It's only 3 hours late. Off we go. Okay. Let's see. It's on pause for a moment so everything updates. Now, I do believe that we had successfully gotten everything set up, but currently everything is too hot. Still, although slowly cooling. Yeah. I probably could have, let's see, what temperature is this stuff? 123 degrees. You probably could have run it past the polymer press and still been good. Oh well. But this industrial zone is a disaster. I want a much better setup. And to get a much better setup, we're going to have to produce materials. So, let's order them to produce copper forever, and we'll move on for a bit. We'll have to come back and make steel later. Supplying and decorating. If we could get one who is into supplying and suit wearing, I'd be really tempted to take that. He does have increased athletics. No. This guy... no. We'll just take the curative tablets. We have a ton of those, though, so it's not a big deal if I get more. Yeah, we could be running a lot more power on this. It's kind of hard to tell what my network potential is. Let's see, this would be 3.2 just in these. No. Yes. Because the 800, then we're going to call it 1600, 32, and then 48. Just from those alone, and we're drawing less than half that. Not to mention the steam turbine and two hydro generators that run sometimes. I'm going to set these so that they don't kick on until we're below 50%. Because the steam generators and the hydros should be able to take care of most of it. Actually, I'm going to change this a little bit. I'm going to have them kick off at 75 and kick on at 25. It does look like they need to kick on periodically to boost it up. But I want to leave some headroom on the top so that the steam and the hydrogen has somewhere to go. Okay, you're not running because max gas pressure. I really need to cool this oxygen, and then I can pump cool oxygen to the main base. Once again, though, let's turn on oxygen overlay. Yeah. Gonna make some minor edits to this, I think. We'll put another gas outlet here. That way, I think it should split half and half. I think. We need to oxygenate the lower base more. Like, this area is well oxygenated, but everybody's running around with suits in here. This area is not well oxygenated. Yeah, it's splitting it half and half. Okay. That should spread the oxygen out a lot better. But we do need more oxygen, which means you need to build in a larger electrolyzer setup. Oh, look, we got water right here. It's a bit warm. But if we're going to be cooling the oxygen anyway, Where should I build the setup? Hello, Colo. Welcome here. Let's see. We probably want about the same size of hot box as we have over here. But I don't want to run a metal refinery or anything else off. I just want to run some aqua tuners. Or do they make a version for gas? Thermal regulator. So if we can run a thermal regulator or two, probably or two, inside the hot box under a steam engine. Am I starting faster or faster, or is it just Sunday? It's just Sunday. Technically, I'm 3 hours later than I want to be. Weekends, I try to start around noon every day. Weekdays, of course, are just whenever I get done working. Yeah. I could probably recycle or build a thing in here to use up more of this. I should have built the radiant pipe behind the aqua tuner as well, but yeah. But I can take this, feed it into a big electrolyzer bell somewhere. Okay, right here's the edge of the map, so we're pretty close to the edge of the map. We don't have a whole lot of space for this. If I do it, if I build the electrolyzer bell right here, and then below the bell, put in a steam turbine cooling box. We're gonna have to pump out a lot of chlorine and hydrogen and all that fun stuff, but that's not a problem. We already have a hole through the abyssal light. We don't need to make another one. Alright, well, let's start planning this out. How do I want to build this thing? Well, first of all, I want to use insulated tile. Output pipe full. Oh. I done derped again and forgot to deconstruct the liquid bridge. And so now it's full. Okay, we're going to have to remove some very hot petroleum from this. Actually, no, I'm not going to have to. I can reverse... No, I can't reverse the flow because these are the stupid ones. I could reverse the flow, but I'd have to rebuild new pipes or rebuild new bridges, I guess. Anyway, hello, Dread. Did I say that already? I don't think I said that already. You know how it is when you get older, your mind starts to go. Hello, Survey. Alright. Let's just reverse the flow here. Gonna pull some of the coolant out of here, and then hopefully we'll stop it before it pulls too much out. Actually, cancel that. You also take petroleum. And then we will just do a little bit of pipe emptying. Very carefully. Yeah, that should work. Well, who are you calling Harry? I'll have you know that my name is Milo. Man, I'm glad my name is not Harry. That'd be a weird name. Sorry to anybody whose name is Harry, but you have a weird name. Okay. We don't want to take too much out. Okay, that's right about perfect. I think. Also, why do we have a bit of a petroleum mess? Okay, maybe we can't feed petroleum into this after all. Some of these machines, you can feed their output material into them and they'll just pass it through. Apparently the refinery isn't that way. Maybe. Unless... Okay, somebody's just not running it. We might fix it when somebody shows up to actually run the thing. We'll bump the priority a little bit and see if that makes them do their thing. Having only 2 suits here is a bit of a problem. Oh, okay, that explains it. They just dumped the petroleum on the ground. I see. Don't you dare get petroleum in the air pit. Speaking of which, we better put an airflow tile here in the edge. No petroleum in the air pit. Keep seeing fleeing, but I don't see what they're fleeing. Because when I showed up for a sec. Okay, the deodorizer's flooded. I knew that already. Long commutes, that's solvable eventually someday. We need a lot of plastic for that, though, I think. Yellow alert, which I knew about because I set that up myself. New printables. We've got a good rancher here. Or we could take a Volpup, which I don't want shovel. Because then I have to do a bunch of BS to keep them under control. Cooking and operating. Okay, we're just going to reject everybody here. Looks like the fish are happy. I did turn off dumping petroleum in there, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay, good. What was this made out of? Yeah, we're going to have to rebuild the oil refinery out of something that isn't quite so... What was it made out of? Copper. Okay, we really need to rebuild this out of gold or steel. Anyway. Outside of this little problem and the general room being too hot problem. What is temperature like in the main base? It's a bit warmer than it should be. But not an outright emergency. We really need to get proper cooling going. What are you trying to flee? Oh, a poke shell. Protecting. Creatures guarding something special to them and will attack if approached. What? Oh, there's a hookshell egg there. I see. Interesting. I should set up a room for him. They eat polluted dirt, rot piles. Did I see that Michigan's being attacked by UFO again? Yeah, I saw something like that. It's a bunch of BS. Actually, I'm kind of tempted. I was thinking about, okay, so I was thinking about putting in a electrolyzer dome here. A larger one with more than one electrolyzer. But upon further consideration, if I just build the steam engine in this area and suck in this water, run it through the steam engine until it's nice and chilly, and I mean actually cold. Put it down to like 40 degrees or so. And then dump it in this tank. Actually, I got an idea. I should have thought of this before I started any of this project, but what would happen if around one of these cool steam vents, probably this one actually because it doesn't have any infrastructure yet, I built a hot box right around the steam engine, or steam with the vent. Steam engine right on top. Put a couple aqua tuners down here. And then take the hot liquid off the steam engine, run it through the aqua tuners until it was cold, and use the aqua tuners to heat up. I'd have to figure out exactly what the ratios would be, and I would need to do something with I'd probably end up with excessive amounts of cold to keep the steam engine running. I might actually have a problem. I'd either have too much heat and not enough water, or I would end up with too much cold and no good way to get rid of it. It's probably a bad idea. Seagulls over Lake Michigan? Probably. I need to repair these. It's annoying me. But getting into that box can be really hard. At this point, it's practically impossible without ruining a whole bunch of stuff. I think an electrolyzer thing and then a cooling setup for the oxygen down in here somewhere is probably the way to go. Oh, what is this? Somnium synthesizer. Okay, that's weird. Do I care about whatever this is? I think we have enough space to build a system in here. We'd have to get rid of all these pinch of peppers. But I don't think I really care about them right now. If I remember correctly, they're pretty important to Draco farming, but other than that, I've never really farmed them. Also, they don't care what kind of gas they're in. Okay, for some reason I was thinking hydrogen, but that must be a Draco thing then. Okay, anyway, let's design this stupid thing. So, I would like to be able to get up on top of the system. So we'll leave a little bit of space up here. Then I don't know where the center is going to be, but the wall is going to end up being over here somewhere. So if we do 2 pumps on this side, and then okay, how much can a pump? Not liquid, gas. Gas pump can move 500 grams a second. Okay. Now, how much does an electrolyzer produce? Electrolyzer produces 900, almost 1,000 grams a second. So you need 2 pumps to fully transport everything away from an electrolyzer. And you need more than 1 pump to transport all the oxygen away from a single electrolyzer. So, if we do 2 electrolyzers, we would be producing about 18,000, less than that, but roughly about 18,000 grams a second of oxygen, which would require a total of 4 pumps, and they wouldn't quite be running full time. So, do you like that? Except we want them to be lower than that. Yes, there. There we go. And then in the middle, we have a pair of electrolyzers like that. Okay. And then electrolyzers produce how much hydrogen again? 112. So 2 of these would produce 200 and some, which means we can easily service them with a single pump. So we could actually put the electrolyzer pump right there. Not the electrolyzer pump, the hydrogen pump. So the hydrogen pump goes right here. We put the gas detector here. And then we do something like that. Which means we can move this thing whole over 1, at least. And then these produce hydrogen and oxygen. The hydrogen rises up the sides here. Goes into the U-bend, gets picked up by the pump here. Gets sucked out to repower the whole system. Okay, we're getting like, out of this system we'll get like 2 or so hundred. How much does a hydrogen generator burn? We can probably use a single hydrogen generator at a guess. It takes in 100 grams a second. So you would actually need more than 2 to burn it all. Barely. The reason the others don't quite use a full hydrogen generator is because they can't get rid of the oxygen fast enough. In this one, it passively can't get rid of it. And this one, the pump just isn't big enough to quite get rid of it all. Okay. So we would need 2 and barely 3 hydrogen generators to get rid of all the gas from this. That would definitely be enough power to run it all. If I remember correctly, this one here is barely self-sustaining off a single generator. And this one definitely is, because it only has one pump. With 3 generators and a battery. But anyway. And of course we would need to have a bottom on it. And the best part... Okay, we'll put some mesh tiles there to hold those up. Basically allow it to be open for good airflow. Actually, I was thinking, oh, I should just move this over a little bit. Put it up against, hard up against the wall. I'm starting to rethink that. Because we can put access on this side. We'd have to dig out some abyssalite if we didn't drop it down. But that's not a huge problem. Hello, Ash. Welcome here. Then down here we'll build the hot box for cooling the oxygen before sending it to the base. And we don't need to worry about cooling the hydrogen, because the hot box will do that. Basically, I think what we would do with the oxygen is we'd pump it into a storage tank, and then we pull from the storage tank and run it through. Which I don't know if that would be enough capacity. I made it wrong, but okay. I'm not following a guide for this. I'm just guessing how to build one by looking at the numbers. So I'm not trying to build anybody's pre-made design. But it's good to know that I'm at least close enough to somebody else's pre-made design that is recognizable. Sort of. Yeah. The hydrogen pump is going to go here. Eventually. I hope this will work anyway. The idea being that the hydrogen will go up here, go over the U-bend, and get pumped out by this. Technically, it should produce about 224 hydrogen, I think was the number. Let me check. Yes, 224 hydrogen, which is a pump can pump 500 grams, so that'll be enough for one pump. And then these produce 888 each. Or these two produce 888 each. These pump 500 each. So they'll be a little underutilized, but 4 of them should be about right. You get full flow out of the system. Problem with that is that we'll have to run these on sensors to make sure we don't pull too much. I just realized. Because we pull too much, we'll end up pulling a vacuum. And then bad things will happen. So we'll need to turn the whole system on and off with the hydrogen pump. Probably. Or put a hydrogen gas pressure up here. If the hydrogen gas pressure gets too low, then turn off the oxygen as well. Or we could put an oxygen sensor down here. I don't know. I have to think about it. We don't want to pull a vacuum in here, so... At least not after the initial setup. You know, I think I am going to move this over so it's harder up against the wall. Question is... Okay. We don't need to use insulated tile here, but... Move everything over by 3, I think would be okay. Gas pump. Put it there. Grab the other differenter gas pump. And there. But if you see any major reasons why this design wouldn't work, Golo, feel free to say something. Because I'm not going to claim to be the world's foremost expert at designing my very own electrolyzer setup. I'm just designing one because I don't feel like looking one up. Alright. Don't know if I should move these pumps down one more tile or not. I'm kind of tempted to move them down one more tile just to provide more gas separation. Like in this design over here, I did have it lower. Okay, let me look at... Yeah. But here we're not pumping out. We have just over half the pump capacity we actually need here. I'm worried about the greater pump capacity causing problems with not being able to suck out the gas fast enough, or sucking the gas out too fast, I mean. Yeah, it'll be fine. And if it isn't fine, we can retrofit it to be fine. This needs to be over a little farther. Not sure how tall to make this part either, because I want to make sure that the oxygen can't go up and over and get in here. But I guess we don't need it to be that high because it just needs to be high enough to cover the top of the pump. And then we put in a pressure sensor. Where's that? There we go. We put a pressure sensor up here. I'm tempted to put in 2 pressure sensors, one on either side, and then use an AND gate. That they both have to have enough pressure before it turns it on, but I don't think that's going to be required. If it turns out that it fails miserably, then I might have to reconsider that, but we'll see. Okay. Cancel that. Insulated tile. Boom. There's probably a much smaller, more compact, better designed, more efficient, and just generally better design someone made. Actually, looking at this, I can already see some things I could do differently. If I moved these oxygenators to the sides, not oxygenators, electrolyzers. If I move the electrolyzers to the sides, then I could lower the whole thing and make it shorter, or raise the thing, as the case may be. Let's do that. Boom. Put one there and one there. And then we take mesh tiles for them to sit upon. We don't want 2 tiles across the top. Looking at this a little closer. So I want to move this whole thing up one. Oops. Okay. Ventilation, gas pump, base, tiles there and there. Boom, cancel. Okay. And then you guys can move up one as well. We'll dig this out. Okay. Use some mesh tiles right here. We want a little bit of space above the electrolyzer so that I can safely spew to the heavens, so to speak. And then we can narrow this up quite a bit because we can put the pumps right across the bottom. Get rid of that. There and there. Technically, that should be exactly what I'm looking for, I think. As in, this should work. It's basically this design. But doubled. And with enough oxygen pumps. I should probably put oxygen sensors here. At least one. To make sure these don't draw a vacuum. Either that or I should hook them up to the Atmos sensor so that all the pumps run as one. But no, because these will pump too much then. Yeah, we need to do some Atmos sensors somewhere. We'll do an Atmos sensor there, I think. Or how about there? Okay. And then run a bit of automation wire. Now, to get dupes into here, I'm just going to use some manual airlocks, I think. Industrial zone, what's that? You just throw stuff wherever it fits? That's probably a workable solution. Open a couple holes. And we'll use a couple manual airlocks. Boom, boom, and boom. That should allow dupes to get in and out of here. Except not able to get over here. I guess I could put another manual airlock here, and that would allow them to go across the top. Yeah, let's do that. I really don't like using manual airlocks as walls, but they work, so. A half Rodriguez? I'm guessing that's a name for a electrolyzer setup. This is going to get another electrolyzer here, but the game won't let me place it there until we get rid of these plants. Basically what I have. Okay, well, it's good to know that I'm not going completely down the wrong path with my electrolyzer setup then. Hopefully I'm wiring it right, but I guess we'll find out when I start pumping. Okay. Insulated gas pipes for no particular reason other than that I like the insulation. Boom. Then we'll run some power. Let's see. These are 240 each. Yes. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, we're going to need to use... If we want to hook the whole thing up on a single thing, we're going to need conductive wire. Guess it's a good thing I started making all that copper. You just watched the guy smack himself in the face with a training band. Don't put straight... Oh, yes, that is a good point. That will indeed clog up the pipes, won't it? Here, let's switch to pipe mode. I know I can switch this over here, but I prefer to be in the actual mode when I cancel stuff. Boom. Okay. This one's fine, because it's only a single pump. But the other one will definitely be a problem. Okay, do I want to go down? Yeah, I think I'll go down. Also, I should probably do more than one pipe run. Probably should do 4 pipe runs, actually, because each one of these is capable of filling a pipe completely. If I remember correctly. Just that it won't actually produce that much gas. And we do need... This isn't going to be able to run flat out anyway, unless I build a lot more cooling capacity than I'm planning to build. 2 pumps is 1 full pipe. Okay. Oh, yeah, they're 500 grams a second, of course. 1 kilogram per... Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. You're right. Okay. Now, we need a hot box. Or at least that's what I'm calling this thing. Basically, it's going to be something similar to this. I want 2 gas cooling loops and 1 liquid cooling loop in here. The liquid cooling loop will be to keep the steam engine itself cool. And also to provide some cooling just generally for the area. Probably to cool the input water a little, maybe. Whatever else I decide to do with it. So, effectively, I'm just going to duplicate this setup because we can fit exactly what I need to fit into here. 1 aqua tuner and 2 thermoregulators. Let's see, how wide did I make this? 7. Okay, how wide is this? 8. Well, that's annoying. Screw it. We're going to make it 8 wide. Okay, aqua tuner. We don't have enough steel for this, I'm pretty sure. So hopefully while we're working on all this crap, we will get enough steel made. I'm just going to go ahead and do like that. Attach to the abyssalite and let that be the wall over here. That'll be the way to get down there during construction. We'll dig all this out. Dig you up. I'm going to put insulated tile there eventually, probably. One aqua tuner should be able to cool that too. They're really OP. I kind of just want to run the gases straight through a pair of thermoregulators. Let's see, what's the... I'm not sure how hot the gas will be coming out of this. Because this is going to be made with somewhat hot water. So it'll probably be pretty hot. What's the cooling factor on a regulator. It is the same 25. So we might have to circulate it a couple times through the thermal regulators to get it down to... I'd like the gear to be slightly cool coming out, but if it's around 70 degrees, I'll be happy with that. Okay, over on this side, going to put a ladder through. Like so. Dig that out. Dig out one tile to the side of the ladder, because why not? Cancel that. We're gonna have to get all this chlorine and stuff out of here. Shouldn't be too big of a deal though. I'd like to get access for non-enviro suited people, but right now this area is enviro suit only because it's 130 degrees in here. So I guess we can just let them come down through this area. Yeah. Alright. Somehow a liquid cooler is better at cooling gases than a gas cooler. It doesn't really surprise me because... Okay, it's actually easy to explain why that works that way. I'm gonna make some changes here. Okay, there we go. It is because liquid has a higher specific heat capacity. So if we look at the liquid, for example, just plain old water, it specific heat capacity 2.3. Oxygen, specific heat capacity 558. So both the thermoregulator and the aqua tuner reduce the temperature in the material by the same exact amount. The pipe holds 10 kilograms of liquid, but the gas pipe holds 1 kilogram. That too. That also increases its heat capacity. But even if they were the same amount, it would still be more efficient to use liquid to cool gas. Hello, Bo. Also, thank you for the 15 bits. Greatly appreciated. But anyway, so you get more cool out of the same machine for liquid than you do for gas. Probably I should just build a heat exchanger. I could set up a counterflow heat exchanger below this without too much trouble. I'm kind of debating now. If I move this whole mess down and leave a like 4 tile or something space in between the top of the pumps and the bottom of the electrolyzers, I could run a cooling loop through there. Maybe not 4 tiles, but I could make the gases run a little back and forth loop and then counterflow some liquid through it and get cold gas coming out the bottom into the pumps directly. Or I can just run these gas pipes down and across and then counterflow liquid across them. Why not use the tuner I already have? Because that tuner is working its little heart out, trying to keep this steam vent and this leaky oil fissure somewhat within temperature. The liquid is returning at 100 degrees, 116 degrees Fahrenheit, and is exiting the system at, let's see, It's coming out of the aqua tuner at 92 degrees Fahrenheit. Really? Yeah, we're only getting about 20 degrees of rise across the loop, I guess. But it's running across the steam turbine, keeping that sort of under control. The oil refinery, I need to rebuild that with gold. I'm not sure why I built it with copper in the first place, except laziness. It goes down here and keeps this slightly under control. Goes over here, keeps that pump from completely disintegrating. Goes through here. This room is like, was 400 some degrees. Now we actually got it down to 121. And then we get some very hot water out of the back and back through the aqua tuner. I'd like to run it through the aqua tuner twice before I send it out, but this, why am I cooling that garbage geyser? Because that is the only source of oil I've discovered so far. And yes, I know I should go exploring and find another, but I really didn't need much oil. I just wanted a little tiny bit. And I got the little tiny bit of plastic I needed to build my first steam engine out of this. We actually have quite a bit of stored up. We're going to call it. I should probably go ahead and close this up for now. But anyway, this little fissure made me the plastic I needed to get this first steam turbine. And yes, it is hot as hell. I'd like to keep it cold because it does produce some amount of oil and it is useful. As long as I don't need large amounts of plastic for a while, it'll keep things going. But it's definitely, I'm not going to try to fool myself into thinking it's a good idea. Also, let's mop this up so we can get rid of this petroleum that got dumped there by accident. Makes how much oil? Like a few grams a second. Yeah, 293 grams a second. It takes a long time to get much oil out of that. And it comes out like piping hot. Let's see, it produces it at 620 degrees Fahrenheit. So, hot. But yeah, getting down to the oil biome and actually getting a proper source of oil is going to be useful and important thing to do. That is part of the reason why this room is so stinking hot right now. It's only like 112 degrees, 130 degrees over this area. As long as I keep this door closed and clean up the liquid, and if I just run this loop for a while, this room will slowly cool down. But now I do have a metal refinery that I can run forever. This over here, it's staying under control. It's hot, and it's not really cooling down much. But it's not really getting stupid hot anymore either. I just don't really like the way I did it. Take one wild guess what is cooling this room. It's the exhaust gas. This is messed up. Why is this set up this way? Why is this here? I don't think it should be here at all. Okay, some part of this is screwed up. I need to figure out what I was thinking when I designed that. But using CO2 to cool an aqua tuner, not a great idea. It works, sort of. It keeps this area from overheating, and that's about the best you can say for it. But it was what I had at the time, because when I built this, I didn't have any steam engines. To mess up my reconstruction? Probably. I just need to figure out which part of that I meant to leave there. Which Okay. If I remember correctly, the rule is the pipe going past has priority over exiting a bridge. So if I delete this, it should prefer... Also, why did these get built with non-insulated pipe? Whatever. It should prefer to take the new gas coming through, and I think it will fill them up remainder of the way. Anyway, let's delete it and find out what happens. Worst case, we need to rebuild some of it. Just like I'm going to go ahead and rebuild some of this with insulated pipe. It doesn't need to be insulated, but I want it to be insulated. What? No, don't do that. There. This is all a fairly low priority job, but oh well. Yeah, there's such a small amount of carbon dioxide in these pipes that they don't produce much heat. I mean, they're quite hot. I mean, they're only 100 degrees, I guess. And they cool very quickly, even in an insulated pipe, because there's so little heat capacity in them that they lose all their heat very quickly. That's why this has to recirculate. Because if it doesn't recirculate, then we don't have anywhere close to enough cooling. Anyway, also, we need to get this bastard moved so he stops pinching at people that walk past his egg. Also, apparently we have more hatch murder to order. Go get him! Actually, let's go make that a yellow alert. And let's cancel murdering all the ones that are already tied up. Okay, now we can order the ones that are tied up, murdered. Because then they won't try to go eat all the meat that's laying around. Hey, what the heck? Kill it! Kill it! It's not tied up anymore! How are they getting loose? Okay, fine. Yellow alert! Kill them all! I need to rebuild this so it's more automated. Also, would you losers come kill this stuff? At least the ones that are tied up are all... But anyway, I need to do something about this so that the auto hatching system works great. Also, I think we have a whole bunch of eggshell back here. 53 kilograms of eggshell. Okay. I need to do something about this system so that we can A, get that eggshell. Because I'd really like it for making steel. Thank you very much. Designing a liquid hydrogen machine yesterday. I think you spent like 4 hours tuning that thing into oblivion. That sounds like fun. Also, these things are starving because I had to turn off the food source I was using for them, which was meal wood, because my dupes were starving. Because they wanted to eat meal wood as well. I should build a bigger farm. Because these guys are not producing enough fish. Not that I really expected them to. And these guys are not producing quite enough meat. Not that I really expected them to. Will someone please come murder this bastard? It's a yellow alert murder hatch, and everybody's doing everything else. Murder the bastard. You can store eggs in a fridge and they'll hatch out of it. Not sure if you'd still get eggshells. I thought they didn't hatch if they were in a container. Oh, it says it's dead. That's weird. That's bugged out then. Because listed as dead. But anyway, I need to do something where I can like drown these idiots or something when as soon as they hatch. The problem is I also want to have a small number of them be kept back as breeders. Which I also need to be feeding these fools. What all do they eat? Here. Let's turn on the critter feeder. Let's let them put, like, I don't know. We're storing 50 kilograms of food. We have 2,000 grams of meal lice. Let's store... Can I not set this to store grams? Guess not. Okay, we'll have them store 1 kilogram of meal lice. See how that works. Okay, apparently 1 kilogram is 1 meal. So we'll put like 5 kilograms of meal lice in there. Okay. 600 calories. Doesn't say how much it weighs. 1,000 grams. Okay. So 1 kilogram is 1 meal lice. So we'll store like 10 of them in there. And that should be fine. Keep everybody fed. Hopefully, anyway. Because I would prefer if they didn't starve to death. Thank you very much. This one's weird. Wonder if I should save and reload and see if that'll actually kill him. Or maybe build something over top of him. There, what happens if you build something there? The weird thing is if you hover over him, it says he's dead. I'm gonna see if I build a tile here, if it bumps him up in the air and he goes through his death animation and probably dies, or what happens. Guess we'll find out. But anyway, I'd rather not starve my hatches. Because they produce eggs, and then I eat them. Find me a way to kill them better in general Discord? Well, let me take a look at this. Let them hatch in deep water, otherwise you make adults fall into deep water and drown using 2 horizontal doors on top of each other hooked to a clock sensor. Open closes them. Hatch will jump over on top of the bottom door. Oh. I figured I could probably drown them. I want to I think I can probably, if I set up some incubators, probably down here in this room that would then become unused, I can build a little pit I can fill full of water while still giving them a way to access it. Actually, making the hatches jump across onto a door and then dropping them down that way might be better because it would I want access to the eggshell, and I need to get at the meat. Oh wait, we can do that with a auto sweeper. I'm being an idiot. I have auto sweepers now, and also I have the ability to produce said auto sweepers with our lovely new supply of metal. Gonna have lots of power, so I can just rig up an auto sweeper to grab everything except the hatches. So I can just let them drop into the bottom of a water pit. Set an auto sweeper to only collect the eggshells and meat. Also, I need to get rid of this idiot here. Please do not attack the poke shell, thank you. Wrangle the poke shell before it can die. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Yay, okay. Now, let's put the bastard over here. Also, that hatch is still stuck there. Okay. This is kind of a temporary situation. We'll just take the water. What? Wrangle the damn poke shell. And drop them off over here. Whatever you do, don't kill the poke shell. Although we do have an egg over here, I guess. It wouldn't be the end of the world. Is it still hotter than blazes in here? Not so much. Of course, the water down here is hot. But anyway. Oh, what do I need to feed the stupid thing as well? Polluted dirt and rot piles. That's going to be annoying. Do I even have polluted dirt laying around? Or rot piles? Don't really think so. I guess we'll just hope that he doesn't eat very much. It's too hot in here. This is why I need to start dumping cool oxygen into here. We're gonna need a bunch of steel. How much copper do I have? 1.3 tons. A lot more than that. This is 80-some degrees. I really need to turn on. We need to start refilling this. which is going to just make the area worse. Look, one of you asses wrangle the stupid poke shell. Please. Okay, there finally. And he's cramped because of all these stupid hatchlings over here. I can fix that easily enough. We'll just put a door right there. Couple airflow tiles above it. There's a stone hatch. I probably should switch over to using stone hatches. If I can. If at all possible. Okay, here. I don't want sage hatches. I very much want stone hatches. We'll turn off normal hatches as well. We'll boost critter count to 7. And we'll move this idiot up here. Actually, no, it's at 5 critters because one of them must have died. Okay. Because stone hatches can eat stone, and we have tons of stone. Okay. Granite should be nice and easy to feed. Order him wrangled. Okay, poke shell can climb. That's good to know. The sage hatch is really weird. Health 0. Please tell me I don't have to wait 100 days for him to finally die, actually die. It's definitely bugged as heck. Anyway. Okay. I need to get more farm area. There's just no two ways about it. We need more farm area. Let's go ahead and just put some up here for now. Gonna want to modify that a little bit when we get there. And there we go. Not the best design ever, by any stretch of the imagination. But I need farm area and I need it now. I probably should have built it a long time ago. Probably just grow mealwood because it's cheap and easy. He's still listed as cramped. Oh, they need to build this last tile. But anyway, I need to do something about the hatches. Should I have one single dupe on just farming? I do. I just don't have enough farming tiles. What I should do is replace these farm tiles with dirt and let a pip loose in here for a while. But yeah, later. Okay, so this is slowly working. We're getting a bit of water in here, which is probably bad. It'll drain out the bottom though when we get down that far. So I'm not worried about it. Okay, you're happy now. Bit wounded, but you're happy. When this hatches, we'll move it down here. I'm going to go ahead and deconstruct that tile because it didn't seem to do anything about the sage hatch, who is definitely bugged as heck. Okay. I should put an airflow towel here to let the natural gas flow out. It looks like everything that's not oxygen has been pumped out of here long ago, except a bit of hydrogen that wisped up to the top. Yeah. Oh well. Okay. I could build that cooling loop I've been talking about that I should have done a long time ago, where I just run some liquid up near space and back down, because it is pretty cold up here. We'd have to pierce the abyssal light and go out into the regolith, like I did over here. But this has been dumping heat into this for a long time now, and it's still... it's actually lost a lot of its cool. It used to be a lot colder than it is. But this has been running for a long time. Probably why it's slightly less efficient now than it used to be. Although it was never that efficient in the first place, because it's not a great cooling medium. But I could build a simple water loop up there and dump a bunch of the heat from the base core. More importantly, though, I'm going to build some ice temp shift plates here in the water pool. We should be able to build a bunch of those, actually. Oops. Let's not do that. Okay, this will have a reasonable effect on the pool temperature. Is there anything I can do about this bastard? He continues to age. Can I even issue an attack order on him? Everybody ignores it. Huh. Well, that's annoying. We seem to be doing fine on food for the time being. I want to get a little more farm space just so I can feed my hatches properly. I was kind of thinking about putting the new industrial zone up here somewhere. Because I do need to build more metal refineries. I need to build an oil refining area and plastics area somewhere else that doesn't depend on this little geyser. I don't really like this hot box very much. It's doing its job here, but I'd like to pull as much load off it as I can, except for these geysers. But we need to build this first, because I need to fix my oxygen problems. Which are only getting worse. Let's turn these oxygen diffusers back on. They've been off for quite a while now, but I think it's time to turn them back on. I don't have much algae left, but some is better than none. And yeah, we need to do something about these guys. Okay, so we need a room down here that is no dupes allowed, that the eggs get dropped into. Technically, we can just build it here. You just remove this automatic dispenser, put a liquid dispenser there, dump a bunch of water in until it fills up to about here or so. Cut a hole in the wall right here. Okay, actually I want to make this a little differently. Put a couple tiles there. We'll remove this tile. Boom, drop it down one. We don't need to leave a hole here. It needs to be at least 2 tall. 3 tall. We can cut a hole here. Remove that. Here. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. The main thing is we don't want people grabbing these hatch eggs and moving them just yet. Deconstruct that. Top priority. We're going to need to cut a hole here so that people can get down there and access this area. Or we can just do that. That'll work just fine. And then we'll drop all the non-stone hatchling eggs over the edge. We'll put a container here that holds eggshell and meat. Put an auto sweeper here. These little bastards eat sandstone? I thought they didn't. Yeah, they do eat sandstone. Okay. Why do I not feed sandstone up here then? Sandstone. Boom. Don't feed him meal ice. Feed him sandstone. We have tons and tons of sandstone. Also, one of the Atmos suits wore out. I need to fix that. Let's see, how much sandstone do I even have? $80 tons. Okay, I think we're good. I'm feeding those guys for a while. Exosuit Forge. Repair Atmos suit. Requires reed fiber, of which we have 3 units left. I need to heat this area up so these guys start growing again. We did put some insulated tile here so it stops getting colder. But that just stopped the bleeding, so to speak. That's too deep to mop, okay. We have quite a lot of sleet wheat laying around in here. Why are you saying we have insufficient resources, sleet wheat? That's interesting. Do I need to issue a sweep command for this? I should just sweep the whole biome. There's a bunch of random crap in here. Including snow and stuff that should be moved somewhere. Fluted ice, ice. I'm gonna order a bunch more temp shift plates made. Okay. Ice. That should use up most of my ice, probably. Alright, I would really like to figure out how to get rid of you. Worst case, you should die of old age in a while. Or re-die of old age. Something like that anyway. We're making quite a lot of coal. Okay, so they dropped that down there. Should be able to access this. We need to deconstruct those 2 tiles. As long as it's 3 tiles deep, nobody should be able to get in there. Next up... Oh, we're going to have to move those eggs back up, but that's fine. They can be down there for now. Next up, we need the auto sweeper. We can just put that right there. Will be great, actually, because we can then put the containers right out here on the ground. And I say containers because I'm pretty sure we're going to need 2. We can use a storage bin. For the eggs, but I don't, not eggs, for the eggshells. But I don't think we can have, what do I call it, put into a storage bin. So I'm not sure if this is going to work. Here, cancel. We'll put a tile there in the corner. And then on top of that, we'll put a storage bin. And then down on the ground in front, we will put a ration box set to hold meat on a very low priority. Yeah. And those should allow us to pick up meat and stuff from down here. Then we just dump water from up here. Boom, done. You make sure it can collect coal as well. Just in case one eats a little bit of the meat before it dies. We can just set the storage bin to hold coal as well. That'll be no problem. Okay, power. What would be the best grid to hook to? We can hook to the kitchen grid. There's not much on that anymore. Yeah. Also should open the top of this a little bit. And I'd really like to get this back onto chlorine, but I don't think that's going to happen. So maybe I should open the top up and put an auto sweeper up here so it automatically loads the grill. Anyway. Water. Put a bottle emptier right there. Just dump water down here, probably till this is about full. And that should work, I think. I hope. And then we remove the bottle, emptier, put a dumper thingy majigger there. Order to dump everything except stone hatch eggs. And that's not going to be enough because we do need to have some normal eggs for these guys to keep us full. We'll have to build some hatcheries. Make the hatcheries higher priority than the dump. Need to change this tile to an airflow tile that would keep from breaking. We'll see what happens when we build that. Because technically it should have line of sight, but we'll see. If it does, then we can change this and we'll see what happens. Know where the meat will drop into the water? Here. Or here. So what would that do? We should be able to change it later in any case. Water, auto bottle. Okay, you are priority 1. Which always makes me feel weird to say that. Because that means it's the lowest possible priority, and you hold meat. It'll reduce the pressure when the meat drops. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. If we have problems, we'll worry about it then, I guess. Let's tame. 2% per cycle. It's not going to reproduce before it dies. And it's starving to death. I don't really know if I want to keep tame poke shells. Do I have any raw or polluted dirt? We'll go ahead and put it in a critter feeder. And we'll order it to store rot and polluted dirt and see what happens. If the tile starts cracking, you know which tiles need to change out for airflow? Yeah. And because it's diagonal, we should be able to reach it to change any of these. No problem. Okay, and you are also priority 1. And you store eggshells and somewhere around here. Is it industrial ingredient? No. Consumable ore. There we go. Coal. All right. Now, you are going to be a poke shell feeder. And we will feed them both polluted dirt and rot pile, whichever you can manage. I don't think we have either of those, though, is the problem. Well, actually, we have 254 kilograms of polluted dirt over here in the stinky storage. So, maybe? Is it gonna off gas when it's in here? I guess that's one way to get sand also. We definitely should be Richard Ranch poke shells, I think. If we can keep enough polluted dirt on hand. A wort seed or 3 Drecklet eggs. I'm going to take the wort seed. Because I like cold. And a little bit of wort. Never hurt anybody. Who knows, we might get lucky and the pip might be useful for once. I probably should pen the pip up somewhere that doesn't involve being close to my storage bins, because he's been making a mess. For quite a while. Little bastard. On the other hand, he is helping us store more stuff, because he knocks it on the floor and then they bring stuff from elsewhere and put it in the containers. So I guess, yay Pip. You do you, I suppose. Although he is making more work for my guys, so that's also bad, I guess. Why is no one hauling to this? I turned auto bottle on. Okay, let's boost the priority a little bit. They're too busy, apparently. And once we have water filling this up enough, probably 2 tiles will be enough, because these guys can't really jump very high to get out of the water. Or they definitely can't swim, so 1 tile would probably be enough, honestly. But we'll fill it up till one in a bit. And then remove this, put in the egg drop, let them collect these eggs, redrop them. And then I need to build incubators. Actually, I should do that first. The question is, how many incubators am I going to need? I'll do 3 for now. That's probably excessive. Apparently these things require power, but I don't know if they need power or if it's just would be useful to power them. Having at least one incubator is needed so you don't run out of hatchlings. Exactly. And that is indeed going to be their purpose. Because with the old setup, I could just wrangle a hatchling from this room and have them set up there whenever I ran low. With the new setup, that's not going to work. So we need to set these to a higher priority than the egg drop. So they prefer to fill the incubators and then take them to the egg drop. I'd like to get stone hatches for the wider diet. Actually, they can't eat sandstone anymore. Okay, maybe we'll just farm normal hatches for the wider diet. It does say power wire. It claims it's incubating, and it's not powered. I'm not sure what the power wire does for it. Because they seem to be running the machine fine without it being powered. Okay, well, we'll worry about if we want to power it later. Maybe it runs faster if it's powered? I don't know. Anyway. We're going to have to engage in hatch murder here in a little bit. I think I'm actually good on how much water's in here. So we'll deconstruct that. We'll build the drop off. The power will allow you to hatch things that wouldn't hatch in a normal range. Okay. So I'm just not going to worry about that then. How much power does it take? $240 watts? Yeah, no thanks. We're not going to hook those up. We could supply them, no problem. I'm just not going to worry about it. O2 is still a problem. What are you guys doing? Work, you lazy bastards. Okay, they have not redelivered the Warren Atmos suit. That is annoying. They're probably too busy working over here to go work over there. Let's get this done, and then we can go focus on getting that built. Because I need the oxygen. Okay. I think it's in base. Dispenser. This thing also seems to work when it's not powered. Which is interesting. Surprising number of things that say they need power apparently don't. And I just realized something. I sure hope this auto sweeper doesn't pick eggs up and put them back in the dispenser. I might need to move some things if so. Once a critter hatches inside the incubator, duplicate will take it to critter drop off. Critters can also be removed from the incubator by pressing the remove button. If left inside the incubator, critter will leave the incubator on their own when they turn into an adult. Okay. I guess if we have too many incubators, it won't be a problem. We'll just have to engage in a little bit of manual murder. Okay, critter egg. We want this to be priority 5. Actually, make this priority 8. And then we make these all priority 9. Because I prefer they filled these before they filled that thing. If powered, the incubator will hatch things much faster. You think 5 times faster? Okay, well, we don't need to worry about that, hopefully. Hopefully. Okay, hatchling egg. Stone hatchling egg. Sage hatchling egg. Any other variant of hatchling we've got so far? Nope. Okay, that's good. So let's make this a 7. Now let's make these all 8. Okay. Auto sweeper, buddy, you better not be able to reach this. Guess we'll find out in a moment. Okay, the auto sweeper's not going for it. Good. But those bastards are. Damn you. I thought you couldn't reach down that far. Okay. In that case, we just need to make it lower. I hope I don't have to move this down another tile. Damn it. Bastards. If I move this down a tile, then they definitely won't be able to reach the ration box. We'll have to move it up a tile. And I don't know if they'll be able to see through this. Because they won't be able to see. I don't know if they have to see the bottom of the bin or if they can see the top of the bin. That would work. We might need to move the bin up there. And we have to move the ration box up. Damn you bastards. Stop picking up the damn eggs. Will door be able to stop them if you tell them not to move between it? Yeah, I could put a door here. But can the auto sweeper reach through a door? Because I can put a door there. And I can, if I tell them not to move through the door, then they won't be able to stand on this tile to reach down there. I don't know. We'll have to see if that works. That'll save me a lot of effort. Get your ass over here and build this door right now, please. They've run out of algae. If I build a farm, I should go through with the effort of actually configuring it. Okay, we can't plant there to remove that sand. Then we need to order these hatches murdered. I'd be fine if they just starved, but... Getting close to hatching. Okay, now the big question is if it can reach through. We lock it open. Again, the duplicates can get up here and grab eggs. Let's dig that. They don't seem to be going after the eggs. Okay. Let's go ahead and order the brutal murder of those two. Get him! Get him now! Okay, meat was delivered and they went and picked it up. Okay, it worked. This is kind of janky, but I like it. Now we just need to see when you actually get hatches to, well, hatch. Also, I could probably build some kind of sweeper setup in here to clean up the coal and deliver eggs and stuff like that to this dispenser. Or I could just not dispense with the dispenser completely and just auto sweep everything, because we would need to have a pickup in the middle, auto sweepers on either side, conveyor belt. Yeah. How much does this cost? 200? Okay. That would be about 600 refined metal to make an automated, or mostly automated. Because you have to have it so they just barely overlapped in the middle. It would leave like 2 tiles over here that aren't covered. Yeah, there'd be exactly 2 tiles uncovered. We could make the room 2 tiles shorter. Maybe. Don't know how big the room actually is. Don't do that, please. Okay, priority 5. Nothing's higher than 5 in here anyway. Doesn't show me the size for priority, damn it. 76 tiles. 68 tiles. I'm not sure how many tiles it needs for each one of these little bastards, but... Oh, more printables. Indeed there are. Pip eggs. We already have like 3 pips wandering around the place. I think. There's 2 of them. I don't really think I need more pip eggs. Although I should set up a pip ranch somewhere. Okay, we'll not take the pip eggs. Doctoring and operating, critter aversion, loud sleeper. We have one of those ready. We don't need 2. It's not really that big of a deal to take care of it. You just need to give them an individual room. We'll just take the gold amalgam. All right. Now, over here. Let's get this stuff built. Let's dig that, just so they can get up top here. I'm not going to dig out any of the rest of this, but it'll help them get up and work on stuff up there. I'm going to go ahead and raise the priority of this whole area to 6. And that I'm going to cancel, because there's no reason to have that down there right now anyway. We're down to 8 tons of copper, but we have 2.9 tons of refined copper. I probably should mine out more copper. There's some patches up here that are probably worth going after. I think there was a big patch down here, but I mined it out already. They haven't collected it all yet. There's some pretty reasonable sized patches scattered around. I'm going to go ahead and sink this ladder down the remainder of the way. We'll just leave it at normal priority. They will either get around to digging that out later or they won't. Actually, apparently everybody who doesn't have an Atmos suit can work on that. Alright. Speaking of Atmos suits, did they finally deliver the second one here? Yes, they did. I should build a third Atmos suit, but I really need to get reed fiber before I can do much of anything with that. The amount of the reed fiber we have is all stuff that was grown over here. And this is a little too cold. I did put in these insulated tiles, and that seems to have helped a lot. Speaking of which, we'll put one here in the corner. Don't know if that's important or not, but it feels like it wouldn't hurt anything. I'm almost tempted to put a heater in here. It would be silly. I'm going to go... Well, no, I'm not going to. I need to put a pump down here. Because this is the overflow from the bathrooms, and it is slowly, well, overflowing. And look what the plumbing looks like here. Okay, so this is the waste line. If I brought in another pipe here, a pump over here, and then we siphoned off overflow from the clean side, Speaking of which, while I'm here, let's get rid of all this pipe stuff. We're not doing cooling in here anymore. Not like that anyway. Probably faster and smarter just to build a second sieve if I actually wanted to clean this water out. If I cleaned this water out, or a bunch of it anyway, and dumped it somewhere to let it sit and let the germs work their way out. We're gonna have to do something with this water eventually anyway. I guess I could be pulling it out of here and have some hydroponic reeds growing somewhere. That's actually not a dumb idea. Put some hydroponic rope reed in like this room or something. It's warm enough for them. We'll do like 2 of them. We don't need much rope reed. And then get a pipe. And then we'll do a liquid bridge right there. So it prefers to go that way and will overflow otherwise. I think that'll solve our filling problems here. Let's go ahead and deconstruct the deodorizer because honestly we're never going to use it for anything. Okay. Also, this is interesting. I've noticed that sometimes dupes run right past a wash basin. Apparently, they're smart enough to realize when they don't actually have to wash their hands. Because he didn't encounter any germs, I don't think. Or at least didn't get any on him. That or sometimes they're just stubborn and don't want to wash their hands. Anyway, we need to murder these little bastards at some point. Probably better to do it sooner rather than later. Kill, kill, kill. All right. So that'll help us get some delicious barbecue going. Also, I need to get a way to order him not to cook my meal lice when we have too many. I don't think there is a way to do that. Oh well. This is filling up with warmish water. It's actually coming through somewhat cool. Okay, they're not overcrowded yet. I need to cool some of this water so I can pump it into this tank and fill it up some more. In any case, let's stop filling the main water tank for now. I'd really like to pump all this into here, but we can't cool that enough yet. I probably should get another dedicated hauler. We've got the food for it. Next time I see somebody who's amazing at both athletics and strength, I might just grab them. Give old Af a little bit of help. Also, I'd like to do something about these germs. I wonder if I can just dump a little bit of chlorine in here. Probably wouldn't work. Because chlorine being in contact with the water, I doubt that would make a difference. I want to make this stupid flooding message go away. What is he doing? Attacking? What is he attacking? Well, we have 2 eggs now. It doesn't seem to be doing any damage to the grooming station. I probably should set up some kind of... I should set some incubators up for these guys as well, just to get the eggs out of the room. And maybe even set it up so that they drop the remainder of the eggs in here after we have the incubators full. Don't mind me, just digging this room out a little bit. Might be attacking the dead hatchling. Well, it doesn't seem to be... That's... I kind of wondered. He doesn't seem to be doing a very good job of it, if so. Let's deconstruct these 2. And then let's go ahead and put in... Oh... Another 2 incubators, because I think we want less of these. I want 6 critters up here. And for here, I think I want 4 critters. We don't want too many poke shells. And then once we have the incubator set up, we'll eventually order this to also receive poke shell eggs. And then we'll probably have to modify what goes in here to grab dead poke shell bits, put them in there, but we'll only do that after we've at least killed a couple manually. So I know what I'm in for. There. Alright, no progress has been made over here, or at least very little. Insulated tile goes there. I shouldn't say no progress, they have done a couple things. A low number will make it so there's no space to drop off the hatched critters. That's kind of the point. If there's already 4 creatures up here, I would rather have the hatched critter roam around so I can spot that there's too many being made, basically. And these things live long enough. This one's getting kind of old, but yeah, he's probably trying to murder that sage hatch. I probably should save and reload to see what happens. See if it just falls dead, because it does have 0 health, and it claims to be dead already. Briar seeds. I'll take the algae, because I don't think we have any algae. Supplying, 7 strength. I'd like unconstructive. If he had like supplying and suit wearing or something like that, even if it was a little lower, I think I'd grab this guy. Because actual strength stat isn't that big of a deal. We'll just take the algae for now. The improved carrying skill gives a ton of extra carrying capacity. Strength skill is kind of weak sauce compared to these 2 skills, from what I've noticed. This is Abe. He's kind of the weird do-whatever kind of guy. I should brain scrub him to get rid of grilling and advanced research, because he doesn't need to do either of those. But I could give him improved strength and plumbing. Don't think there's anything AF really needs except exosuit wearing, maybe. Tempted. Yeah. Plus that gives athletics. Okay. Well, definitely, no question then. Dread already has exosuit. Super hard digging. I could go in for some improved strength. Kirk 2 has a bunch of points and I forgot to spend. Oops. We'll take grilling 2. Improved carrying. I think those are the important ones for a cook. Our farmer here, we'll give them improved carrying as well. We don't want to count too much in having everything because he has nature reserve right now and that's not going to last forever. I probably should go all in on research on this dude. He also has our doctoring skills. I'd like to give him, there's a lot of skills I'd like to give this guy. I don't need either of these yet. His morale is at least 10 higher than everybody else's. Why? Okay, we can't count on good meal. Yeah, these guys should be okay. I probably should boost up the prettiness of the area a little bit on some of these guys. Okay, this person's a construction person, so we'll get improved carrying and more strength. I need to be careful here, though, or I'll end up taking things that we can't support. Yeah, I should get a proper doctor. Or skill somebody to be a proper doctor and then build a proper hospital. Make some proper medicines. Let's see, do I have anything that can... Bomb lily flower, phosphorite, the secure slime lung. We can get rid of slime lung and the few people who still have it. I think everybody's over it now, actually. Yeah, nobody currently has slime lung. It does go away eventually on its own, so I'm not really too worried about diseases. Come on, you bastards, get over here and work. Hopefully by giving everybody a little bit of carrying skills, we've improved the situation slightly as far as them being able to haul stuff around. Could come back if I start to mine more algae. It probably will come back eventually, because I know there is some pockets of slime lung in here. It's all cleared out of the atmosphere, thankfully, mostly. And we've got some slime lung up in this area. I should put a deodorizer up here and let it clear out. But nobody ever goes up there, so I'm not too terribly concerned about it. This area has both slime lung and food poisoning. We would need to buff the oxygen levels in here. This deodorizer was helping some, but there's still plenty of polluted oxygen here. And this area is just polluted oxygen, but it's not germy. It's outside of this area, which is very, very germy indeed. Which is why I have this wash basin here. Why do I have a ton of slime lung germs in there? This area, which is germy but dormant. And this area, which is germy but fixable. Let's go ahead and put a deodorizer up here. Right there, I think. And then for power, we'll just grab this wire right here. And boom, I knew there was a reason we didn't remove that. Yeah, I doubt I'll mine this area out because this place is enough of a disaster zone that I want to just delete everything and restart over. And eventually I will. How hot is this? 130 degrees in the crude oil. It's being kept under control. This is still pretty hot down here. If I really want to cool these areas off, I'm going to need temp shift plates and stuff like that, I think. I'd love to have like this whole area backed with temp shift plates. This whole thing filled with temp shift plates. Most of this area filled with temp shift plates, but they're so expensive. Okay. Lock that open, please. Thankfully, everybody has to be in Atmo suits down here, so all it does is slow them down a little. I'd like to pump these liquids out and get rid of them eventually. Failing that, I'll probably just keep digging a hole until we get all of it out. There. All right. So they're finally working on this reasonably well. We want this to send a green signal if above 250, I think was the number I've used on these so far. And this will do the same. Above 250. That's interesting. As soon as I clicked above, it changed to 250 on its own. Whereas this one didn't. But anyway, before I start the electrolyzers, I think I'm probably going to want to... Oh, that reminds me, I need to actually run a liquid pipe in there. Almost forgot. We use an insulated. I'm stubbing off all the pipes outside the box, because then I'll worry about the exterior plumbing later, including the power. Once I see what the potential load is, I'll decide where I'm going to put the transformers. We're going to need to run some heavy watt in here. I hope we can run that through doors. We'll run some heavy watt in here. I think I have run heavy watt through doors before, but I'm not actually sure. I know you can't run it through walls, which is annoying. I'm pretty sure I've not tried to run heavy watt through a door yet, so I don't know if it works or not. Worst case, we can punch another hole in the abyssal light, which I don't really want to do. I want to keep the abyssal light as much as I can intact, because it provides such nice temperature barriers. And plus it's kind of fun to work around it rather than... I've watched some Oxygen Not Included videos on YouTube, both a long time ago and somewhat recently. And a lot of the people who play this game seem to just dig out the entire map and build their base in a box in the middle. And that, I just find that to be intensely boring. I would rather build around the terrain a little bit. Like, okay, so there's a cool map generated. And what do? You destroy the entirety of it so you can build your little playhouse in the middle. Fun, fun. Why don't you just start with a pile of resources in the middle of the map and play that way? Do the same thing in the end. We are actually starting to run the natural gas generators again. For a while there, we weren't. Okay, this one's shut down for 25 more cycles. How about you? You'll be dormant in 19 cycles. Okay, so we'll have a short period where they're going to be overlappingly dormant. But I think we have enough gas stored. Even if we suddenly increased our power draw, we'll be good. At this point, I have enough power production. I can pretty much do whatever I want without worrying too much about power. I mean, obviously, that's the kind of attitude that quickly gets you into trouble. What do we have in here? Coal. Okay. It is set to priority 1. Yeah. Technically, if there was any place to store coal, they would take it out of there and go store it. I probably should just start building coal generators. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and make a ton of refined carbon. Drecklet. I don't really want to try farming Dreckos yet. Supplying, researching, and tidying. Tidying. Has a couple useful skills. Supplying has a couple useful skills. I'd like if I could replace this researching with something else, particularly suit wearing, that'd be pretty awesome. Okay, so he doesn't want to cook. He's immune to food poisoning. He has increased strength. This guy would actually be a good hauler. I'm going to go ahead and take him. Researching does mean that he will have a little bit higher, faster skill leveling. We're not going to give him research skills. Let's see. What do we have in the way of unnamed dupes anyway? Okay. We have Af, Dread, Kirk. That 2 there isn't real. Is those the only people we named stuff after? Yeah, apparently. Also, I never gave Kirk a hat. Oops. He gets a fancy chef's hat. Okay, Ruby here is a critter ranching. So they get a little cowboy hat. And Turner. Strength and carrying are good ones, but also I'm going to need exosuit training on them. So I could, if I had suit wearing, tidying, and supplying, this would be the perfect hauler, dude. Because we're never going to go down the research tree with this guy. But anyway, for now, we're going to give him improved carrying 1. Okay. This is going to produce heat. Oh well. Not a whole lot we can do about that, I guess. I could move it over to the industrial area and produce the heat there. What are you doing, you fool? Where are you going? There's nothing down there, is there? Oh, there's a little bit of stuff. Okay. I guess. I really need to really need to solve the oxygen problem. What did I say we were going to need? 3 hydrogen engines? I think it was 3 hydrogen engines to consume all the hydrogen this will produce. It'll be a little more than 2 can take. So we're going to have to build hydrogen engines probably over here. Also, I should start framing up around this a little bit. And then we take more insulated tile and do that. I have to put a ladder up the outside over here. Cancel you. Take that. Okay. Alright. Dig out everything that's not abyssal light around here. It doesn't matter anyway. Put in a bit of insulation. We'll want to do something with this to get some of that water cleared out, because we have way too much water in here. Okay. So this is getting shockingly close to finished. Let's stop producing iron and start producing, or stop producing copper and start producing iron so we can start making steel soon. Speaking of which, when it is time to make steel, we have plenty of lime, plenty of refined carbon. Okay, good deal. Because we're going to have to make a bunch of steel. We can use copper for the steam turbine, but we're going to need a bunch of steel for the aqua tuner. And if I do end up using I should just use aqua tuners. 2 of them. And then make 2 separate counterflow what do I call it for the gas lines. Two separate counterflow heat exchangers down here. How even would that look? I seen a counterflow heat exchanger that I thought was kind of interesting. Okay, these are expensive, but metal tile will be the best bet. The heat exchanger I saw looked like that. And then you had gas going the one way and water going the other way. And every other tile in between was insulated. So they could only really exchange heat properly at the metal tiles. We're going to build an aqua tuner here. An aqua tuner here. Another counterflow heat exchanger. Probably build them horizontally, actually. Maybe make them bigger than this. If I put in 4 aqua tuners, this might be a dumb idea, but if I put in 4 aqua tuners, we can get a 50-degree drop in the liquid temperature each time through. No, that's stupid. We don't need anywhere close to that much. Then again, I'll worry about it later. Except I can't really worry about it later because I need to worry about it kind of now. Okay, because what temperature is the oxygen going to be coming out of this? Okay, the oxygen will be coming out at least 158 degrees, or hotter if the input materials are hotter. So I wouldn't be surprised if it came out at like 200 degrees, considering it's going to be getting 157 degree. Well, it'd probably come out around 160 or so, judging by the water temperature. Just at a guess. Look at you mining away. Well, pretty skilled miner at this point. So the oxygen comes out at like, let's say 150, 100 so degrees. And then we run it past cool water. The water's going to get pretty cold in a hurry if that's all we're cooling with it, I guess. Aqua tuners are so weird. I can't help but, they bend my brain because I can't help but think that, of course, we're heating up a steam engine. So, of course, the water coming out is going to be, you know, cooler but hot, right? No, it's going to come out cold. Because there's some kind of hyper efficient heat pumps. Oh, that's what's making that noise. There's some weird beeping noises. Like, what? It's the Atmos sensor kicking on and off. Okay, so this part is shockingly close to done. Also, I need to build... I keep forgetting there's like an electrolyzer that goes in here. Okay, that'll work. How much does the electrolyzer consume? You might need to pump these differently. Requirements, water. Kilo per second. Okay, we need to actually hook up. That's a lot of water. We're going to need to hook up. No, because a water pipe can carry 10 kilos a second. And a water pump produces... 10 kilograms a second of fluid. Okay. So a water pump will run like a ton of those. Speaking of which, gold amalgam, 150 degree water. That should be good. Insulated pipe. Boom. Water connected. Now, power. We've got copper conductive wire. Don't mind if I do. We're going to need at least 2 transformers and probably a tier 2 transformer to run this. Especially if you add the aqua tuner onto the same circuit. Yeah, if we're lucky, we might end up keeping enough water in the tank that we don't need to go through all the effort of adding water. Just pump out the old... Technically, we don't even need to pump the gases out. What are you doing? You shouldn't be trapped. Why are you... Oh, you are trapped because of this. Solve that problem. Just need to dig out a couple tiles here and you'll be fine. I forgot to make you a bed, but that shouldn't matter. I mean, it'll matter a little bit, but it shouldn't make any difference as far as Why were you sleeping on the floor of Dred's room? What is wrong with you bastards? What? Okay, something's screwy here with the plumbing. We ruined it again. Okay, now before we do this, why is it not? Because this is backwards, that's why. That was seriously all it needed to fall flat in its face. It can't view the liquid vent past that, apparently. Plumbing system is such a disaster sometimes. Oh, hello, Treebeard. Turner, you bastard, you peed in my room. Yes, yes, you did. Technically, that's not an emergency, but... Oh... Those need irrigation. That's fine, they'll get it eventually. Okay, has Dred been saved? Possibly. I think you can get there. Oh, Kirk? Yeah, Kirk's not around. Treebeard is, though. Treebeard, do you want a character? I have some that need naming. We have Abe here, who's kind of the random engineer type character, but he also has a few other random skills I need to scrub. We have Af, Dred, and Kirk. Ignore the 2. That's not the case. We have Liara the farmer. We have our researcher here. We have... Why are they smiling here and frowning there? Anyway, our construction person. Critter rancher. And Turner here, who's the recently added... Eventually going to be another transport, carry things around type guy. Which strikes your fancy? You just put yourself in again? Yes. Yes, you did. Damn it. Alright. Somebody will be down there to fix that momentarily. Farmer sounds good. Alright. Let's see. We have all... where is our farmer? There we go. Boom. We have Treebeard the farmer. Boom. Currently, you're complaining of soggy feet. Technically, Dred is our miner. I think we should rename him to Dred the Stuck. Because that seems to be what's happening nowadays. Don't you dare build yourself into there. You bastard. Sounds about right. Get some muck boots. All right. We need to get Dread out of here soon. Those can be set back to normal priority. This isn't going to be any harder than building that was. Where are... Turner, you idiot. Damn it, Dread. We do have no real amount of oxygen down here. We could dig through the Abyssal Light over here, which we're going to have to do eventually anyway to run the gas out. And that would get some amount of oxygen. Let's go ahead and do that now. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get that out that way in any reasonable amount of time. Oh, you got sandstone now, so you can build here. I didn't even think of that. Well... Oops, that was the wrong button. Well, at least you're not going to immediately die. We do have a bit of a low morale and hungry problem. Also, 140 some degree water here. But we can get out this way, so. Yeah, you're not dead yet. How about we cancel these orders, actually? Go the other way over here, we got some oxygen. Boom. At least we got some sandstone here, so you'll be able to build your way out. Got a lot of hydrogen, but there's a pocket of oxygen, so we're okay. Apparently nobody else wants to come help. Also, I think you have slime lung. An early developing case of it. We're going to have to put in a door down here. We'll put in an airlock. So we can tell dupes not to go through here later. Because they need atmosuits to be in contact with this hot water. Yay! Dread's been rescued! Go eat, you fool. Nope, he's running for the bathroom. Okay. Oh. Drecklets, or some people who I'm not really interested in. We'll reject them all. Okay, so we have thimble reeds, which means we'll be able to repair our suits eventually. Although they're going to spend a lot of time sitting around waiting for water unless I install a pump. But now all the overflow from the bathrooms can go straight into the thimble reeds. One was probably enough, honestly, but oh well. Okay, that door is now exit only. Sweeping up the Atmos suit is priority number 9. Here we go get it right now, quickly. I will allow people back through that door temporarily. I need to remove this mess here because none of it does anything anymore. If it ever really did, which it kind of didn't. How much iron do we have? 600 kilograms. Okay, that's good. We'll make steel until we run out of something. We can probably make almost a ton of iron, which will hopefully be enough to handle everything we need to build here. 2 aqua tuners. I think we're just going to do 2 aqua tuners. Then we'll run down here. We'll build some kind of heat exchangers. There goes Turner with the Atmos suit. Need to get these Drecos out of there. Okay, we'll cancel those ladders. Insulated tile. This will be the entrance. Make that exit only, please. Turner, you fool. It's way too hot for you in here. Get out. At least it's well oxygenated in this area. Actually, now it's saying it's barely breathable. What? Okay, what is going on here? This is saying max gas pressure. Oh, we somehow got some oxygen over here. What? Okay. Why is it saying max gas pressure, though? Because it's terribly high pressure up here. What? It's supposed to... When did this get screwed up? It's supposed to say above 250 Gs. Yeah, that should have been pumping like crazy for a long time. This must have got screwed up at some point. I wonder if it's related to the case down here. When I clicked on this one and set it, and then I clicked on this one, it's like, oh, this is already set. That's weird. I wonder if it somehow set all of them at once or something. That'd be weird. We better go check to make sure this one's still set correctly. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, an electrolyzer makes O2 and hydrogen. Which so far so normal. Also, we have a bunch of hydrogen up here. This area is all full of hydrogen. We need to have a a high spot on the base other than up here. We should put a pump in the high spot and run it through a similar gas thing as the pump in the low spot down here. Although I probably shouldn't be using this as the low spot anymore. I should probably widen this shaft out for better gas exchange and then use this as the sump. We got a lot of carbon dioxide and crap down there. But anyway, this room is now going to be properly oxygenated again. Not that it really matters, because everybody wears suits in here. Anyway. Also, all this liquid leaked out because they dug a hole in the wall and didn't fill it back in. But that's fine. We can just pump this back up if we have to. Matter of fact, you probably should. I'll worry about it later. We need to do something about the hydrogen regardless. If I produce enough oxygen in here, eventually it'll shove all this hydrogen probably over there. It might not be able to make it over the hump, though. And I wouldn't mind this area being up here full of hydrogen. So maybe I should dig a... dig a thing through there that the hydrogen can help escape through. Clear this out a little bit. You probably won't be able to mine those two. This one they can get though. Alright. I did put these airflow tiles deliberately to help the oxygen get out into this area. So if I clean out a hole here that the hydrogen can escape through and get up the shaft, it should help push oxygen down. Anyway. It's enough worrying about that. Do I have enough to build a steam turbine? Yes, I do, because it can be built out of copper. Now, if I build the steam turbine here... How about if I build it there, and then we fill that in? That way we have one block on either side of it. Boom. Okay, plumbing. There's no way I have enough steel to build the aqua tuners we need. No, it's not plumbing. It's utilities. Aqua tuner. Nope. We need 2,400 steel. We are nowhere close to that. Yeah, somehow the hydrogen got weird. Some oxygen got over the hump. And this thing broke itself. Because the Atmos sensor got screwy. But it's working now. And we are once again repressurizing this room. Although it's going to take it a while. We should put some airflow in here to help get that carbon to fall through. This shaft isn't really large enough to get proper airflow vertically. I'm going to set this to disabled. And hopefully any algae they mine goes into this one. I really need to do something about the polluted oxygen here. It's not really a problem per se, it's just kind of... I wish it wasn't. Anyway, I need to sweep this out. I'm going to dump water in here. Just normal, pure water from right here. Or wherever they get it. So we might as well just build a pump down here. Yeah. I kind of like this design. It's really simple. It just pumps oxygen out the bottom and lets it go where it will. For some bizarre reason, electrolyzers produce like 8 times the amount of oxygen as they produce hydrogen, which they should produce twice the amount if water was at all realistic in this game. Okay. Tidying, cooking, can't do digging. Supplying, but it's narcoleptic. No thanks. Cooking, tidying, and digging. Germ resistant, caregiver, well, I don't really like any of those enough. We'll take sandstone. Not that I really need any sandstone, but anyway. The Battle of the Ages continues. We have drowning hatchlings over here. And we have hatchlings down there that are wandering loose. Apparently we're producing too many of them. Wonder if I could set up a way to set up a critter drop-off in such a way the critter ends up falling down this shaft. Seems unlikely. In any case, let's order their brutal murder. No! You killed him! Can somebody go get this one before he decides he wants some meat? He's probably full from all the rock laying around on the ground, but still. Also, I would like this swept. Food has decayed. Oops, I missed that one. Didn't see where it was. This is currently dormant and will remain dormant for the next 35 cycles. Okay, that's probably a good thing. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to pump this water back into this pit. I'm not going to do any special cooling to the water other than what's being done here. Oh, they're engaging in murder. Okay. Alright, meat has been transported. Flooded gas pump. We'll have to sweep that up as well. It takes a long time to make enough steel to build the aqua tuners we need. 2 aqua tuners is probably overkill, but there's no kill but like overkill. We're doing it. So how are we doing on slime lung? It looks like most of the germs up here have finally started to die off now that I put this deodorizer there. The cap of water on top of the polluted water pool has completely stopped the off-gassing, I think. Not sure if that's a good thing, because it could otherwise be making oxygen that I could be then deodorizing. I could order them to start pulling the water off the top of this and hauling it someplace and dumping it. You know, that might not be the dumbest idea ever. Let's enable auto bottle on this and set it at like... we'll leave it at priority 5. If they do a little bit of... They're just going to auto bottle out of the same pit. Damn it. I would have to disable the pitcher pump. I guess I could do that. Disable the pitcher pump, enable auto bottle. Let them haul water off the top of this. Because it does list water as one of the liquids available here, so apparently they can pull water out. Let's disable this pump and make them use water out of this pool for a while. Also need to get these damn Drecos out of here. How are we coming on steel? 300. We need 1,200 kilograms to build even the first loop. Oh, hey you. Get over here. Wrangle that. So this continues to age. I wonder if it'll finally die when it hits 100. Technically it's dead already. It's just bugged. It's weird. Okay, we do not need anywhere near this number of incubators. Also, stop delivering coal to this. We just don't have any other storage space is the problem. I should build another row of storage above this. That, or I should set up some kind of long-term storage that doesn't involve putting things in these containers. Screw it. Mesh tile. Dig that out. Other row storage bins. And as soon as they're built, which looks like it's going to happen soon, we can just go in and change the storage material. Why is there oxygen, polluted oxygen in here? Nobody should ever be going into here. Oh, unless they're coming in to get stuff out of the... It's entirely possible they're coming in to grab materials, I guess. Because I never did sweep that out. Oops. Well, I guess if they're sweeping materials, I'm not going to stop them. Once I get a better source of iron, I need to get this aluminum volcano going. Okay, what's flooding? That's flooding. Long commute. No research focus. Yes, that's because I didn't have research selected. Building entombed. That's easy to fix. Idle. These duplicates cannot reach any errands. That's because of this. Building lacks resources. That's all well known. Alright. I really should move these storages and build a third row or fourth row up here. Just to give the pips something to do, I guess. I don't know. I should pen the pips up somewhere where they're not making a mess constantly. Or rather, I should remove the outer row of bins and put a row of doors on that and kick the pips out. Let's do that very thing. Get rid of those bins. Let's get rid of these bins. Put some basic doors on. I'm using mesh tile between the floors for no particular important reason. Except that it, what do I call it? There. Let's get rid of all this mess. These oxygen mask doors used to be somewhat important because it was a whole bunch of chlorine and there was no oxygen for a long ways out this way. But that has long since changed. There's no real reason to have them anymore. Honestly, there wasn't a reason to have them in the first place, but they kind of mattered a little tiny bit once upon a time. Now they don't matter at all. Did you just grab an oxygen mask and then run into a suit-only place? I guess that's one way to game the system. Supplying 9 strength isn't bad. Ranching, decorating, ranching, researching. I don't really want another dupe. Just, it's like, oh, I see you're going to remove the loophole. Run, run, run. I hope they take the mask off eventually. Yeah, they took the mask off and dumped it here at the Atmosuit checkpoint. I don't think that counts as an Atmosuit, just saying. I do have a couple bottles of oxygen laying around now. I could put a on-bottler down here somewhere and spew out a little extra oxygen. Probably wouldn't hurt. Most of the place around here is barely breathable. It does go from light blue to dark blue right here at this transition, but it's just a slow progression. Much more slowly than this would have indicate. Whereas down here we have like 500 grams. Here we have a kilogram. Up here we have 800. It looks like most of that hydrogen is indeed working its way out exactly as I planned. Okay. Go ahead and make some plumbing additions here. Going to want to put a liquid vent there. And we'll put a liquid bridge there. Or an insulated pipe here. I think I'm going to want to put a pump right down here at the bottom. There we go. Liquid pump. Boom. Insulated pipe. There. And then electricity. I could run heavy wire down all the way. We're going to have to run some heavy watt wire down through here anyway, I guess. So we might as well just put a transformer somewhere on this pump. Because we need to run... Or do we? I was about to say we need to run heavy watt wire down here for the steam engine. But we can just put that on the conductive wire, same as everything else. Because these only produce like 850 at maximum. There we go. Also, why are they not producing steel like they should? Insufficient resources. Copper, 25 kilograms. No. Oh, something was being weird up here. It was like unreachable. It was displaying as unreachable. Okay, whatever. Let's get this wall built before we run into any more trouble. Any more leaks. I could run a conductive wire all the way down here. I don't want to, so I'm going to build a simple transformer to go from the conductive wire to the normal wire. Where should I put that? Probably should put it right here. And then we'll just run the normal wire like that. Okay, now to actually power the conductive wire, this can support up to 2,000 watts of potential load. So, current potential load is 900 and something. Probably I'm just going to put a normal transformer on this. Just a single 1,000 watt transformer. Or 1,000 kilowatt transformer, whatever. Turner, you scum. Where do you think you're going with that Atmos suit? Clearly leaving this as an allowed exit was a bad idea. I did not consider the implications of idiots running off with the Atmos suits. Well, at least he's going back in there. Unfortunately, without Atmos suit training, he's very, very slow, shall we say. Can I give him Atmos suit training? Not really. We'll give him more carrying capacity, though. Unequipped suit, please. That's listed as worn. Damn it. Needs to be repaired. Alright, somebody will get around to that someday. Yeah, all this stuff is listed as can't be built because there's no Atmos suits available. Who has the other ammo suit? Are both of them being repaired? Maybe. Well. I should add more exosuit docks and make more suits. I think I probably have... Okay, we don't have enough reed fiber to make... Well, we could make more. Also, we're out of copper? No way. Apparently we are out of copper. Okay. That's not great. Let's make sure we didn't use any iron anywhere we shouldn't have. Most of this stuff is made out of gold amalgam, apparently. Which is fine. I'm okay with that, I guess. Is that not ordered to dig out? Dig those out. Well, we need to produce a lot more stuff. And I also need to apply settings to these. With those doors shut. Somehow we actually managed to get all the pips outside while we were doing that without even trying. Go me. I'm debating whether or not I want to tear these down. I think we're okay with them where they're at so far. Got a lot of crap there that needs to be hauled, a lot of crap here that needs to be hauled. Okay. Alright. Everything is fine. This is unreachable. Oh, because there's no ammo suits. That's why. Where are the blasted ammo suits? Also, it looks like both poke shells are here, trying to murder the sage hatchling and mostly not succeeding. And this guy is trying to call them over and they won't. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and save the game. And we're going to quit to main menu and reload and see if that fixes the problem. Actually, we're just going to reload like this. Boom. Okay. Please let the stupid thing die when I do this. Yay, it died. Hallelujah. Now they can work on taming this one. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Okay, we need to do something with those eggs. Guess that'll work. Now, please go get healed. We're still at 6 out of 6 critters. Yes, we are. We have a few eggs piled up there. All the new eggs to get dropped in the hatching area. I don't want to do that yet, because I would like to have a few more poke shells in here first. But I just need to get these stupid incubators. We're out of copper, though, is the problem. We do have one incubator now. We'll wait a little bit longer, and then we'll set it up. I'd like there to be at least 2 or 3 in here. One incubator is probably going to be enough to replace them. Speaking of which, let's order that one murdered. Okay. Shine nymph eggs. Sure, you can never have too many of those little bastards. Most of them just seem to die without doing much. Suits. Where are my Atmos suits? I know I had some around. Okay. We have no worn Atmos suits is what's complaining about here. So where are the not worn ones? I'm pretty sure they're not being worn by anybody. Oh, they need to deliver suit requests. What? I thought that was an automatic thing. Whatever. We'll have people deliver suits now. Okay, that's the problem. The suits wore out and they weren't re-delivered. Also, this is why the atmosphere in this room keeps going down slowly. I forgot about this. We have a little oxygen consumer thing here to refill the Atmo docks. Okay, work is back on track. Also, we now have the copper that was down here. It was saying no copper, now it's saying some copper. And it's back to saying the proper amount of steel, so. Oh, my worries about, oh no, we're out of metal, were probably a little bit overblown. Thankfully. It's going to take a year for these guys to finish cleaning all this up. Let's look at skills again. Good meal. Great haul. Okay, we need to be careful about good meal because we're not going to have... Okay, I'm going to set this to hold meat as well. So they don't leave it laying out. Meal lice, I'm okay if they leave that out. Actually, let's go ahead and put meat and meal lice in here. And let's not store meal lice in there. Just in case. Need to decorate the sleeping area and dining area? Probably. What I should do... This is something I seen Project Incursus do, and I thought it was an awesome idea. Was have a weirdly shaped park that had a little bit that stuck up vertically, and you had to go through some doors to get through the park. Basically, to walk through the park every time you wanted to go to the dining hall. That worked out really well. That's conveyor overlay. Where's the room overlay? There it is. This is still a great hall. I'd like to have the nature reserve bonus be a consistent thing instead of just a I went to the slime biome thing. But I don't really have a good place to put one of these, so I might not be able to do that. So I'll probably have to settle for something else. Also, this is no longer showing up as a barracks because it's too big. What? It is 4 tiles too large. Well, I guess we're going to have to do some fixing then, aren't we? I could move everybody's beds over by 1, which is what I really should do. Or I could be exceedingly lazy. And just put some tiles on the roof. I could move this wall over by one as well, but that would mess up the center design. Also, I keep meaning to eventually remove some of this stuff and put in a fire pole. It probably isn't worth it anymore because I kind of made the base wide instead of tall, but yeah. Okay. I fixed it in the jankiest way possible. Woo, go me. All right. It is too hot over here once again. Can I make more ice temp shift plates, or am I out of ice yet? Almost out of ice. Okay. There's some poke shells. Is there a hole through the abyssalite to get over there? We'd have to get down here to the Sumnian synthesizer if we wanted to get through there. Which isn't that big of a deal. We could just kind of cut up from below and get to the poke shells. You get their poke shell molts. I don't think I care enough about him. We'll leave him alone for now. Or we could just cut right through the abyssalite right there, but nah, we won't do that. Okay. We're going to have to mine out some of this stuff anyway. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. Oh, this needs to be hooked up. No, that is hooked up to power, isn't it? Yeah, it's hooked up to power. Okay, all this was hooked up to power properly. How much should we draw? Are we getting on this? 960? And it's going to be who knows how much more when these all get added on. We're definitely going to have to be running the steam turbine to run this at full speed if we only use a single. Okay, let's get some power. We need to get power down in here. And for that, we're going to need to do a wire bridge. Deconstruct that. About to run heavy watt wire through there. And we can't run it through doors. Damn it. Okay. So that means we're going to have to poke another hole in the abyssalite to get wire down. That's probably not a big deal. We already poked multiple holes through the abyssalite, none of which are very well insulated. So I just need to think about where the best place to put a hole will be. Probably over here somewhere, so I can just put the transformers in this area. Yeah, because we can just run right through there. And then put a wire through there for the abyssalite. Okay, heavy watt join plate. We'll do like that. Boom. You can really break any abyssalite you want, not just the ones at the core. Insulation tiles work just fine. Yes, but I don't want to ruin Basically, I want to keep as much of the natural structure of the map as I can. Because I think it's really lazy and ugly when people just dig out the whole map. Okay. One transformer is definitely not going to be enough here. However, I'm hoping I can jumpstart it on a single transformer. But I'm not hoping so much that I'm not going to put... Okay, 25, 75, oops. See if I can find a shorter route. Nope, it's in the same distance no matter which way I go. However, if I go across this way and then down, if I have to add a second transformer, it'll be cheaper. So we'll do that. And then we'll dig this out. Like that. There. That's mostly for FPS. Well, I'm not having FPS problems yet, so we'll leave it alone. A surprising number of people just dig the whole map out and then build in there, and I'm not going to do that. I don't like that at all. I think it's kind of pointless. So I'm going to leave the map as much as I possibly can alone. And one of the little rules I'm using for that is that I dig out as little abyssalite as I can get away with. Like something like this, I would just dig all the abyssalite out, because who cares? When I eventually want this uranium ore, that abyssalite's going to go away. But I let you get stuck again. Where are you this time? No, you're not stuck. Oh, yeah, you are stuck. Okay. You can be unstuck easily by allowing exit through that airlock, though. Yeah, so you can unstick yourself. Okay. This wall's been built finally, so we can pump this back into here without any trouble. So that can be built whenever. Once these are built, I'm going to cancel a couple of these, actually. Because if I build the transformer facing the other way, it'll be very slightly shorter. I'll have to build another tile of heavy watt, but that's fine. Heavy watt is relatively cheap. I can build heavy watt out of whatever. It's the conductive wire that has to be made out of my still somewhat precious refined metal. Speaking of which, I should put containers down here to hold lime. Here, let's do that right now. Lime, iron, and copper and all that stuff. We'll just build 3 containers and put them full of stuff. I'm tempted to put an auto sweeper up here too to help with that. Actually, I'm going to do that because this is a slow enough process anyway. Let's see, automation. No, shipping. Auto sweeper. Must be built non-occupied space. Well, we can put it right there. I think the issue with the transformer needs it above it, needs ground. So it does, damn it. I don't think there's anything I can build in there that will allow the two to coexist happily ever after. The good news is I can move this transformer. I suppose that's good news. Also, let's deconstruct some of these ladders. They're a mess. We'll move this transformer over to there. Auto sweeper, who are we going to feed that power from? Let's see, 2. Yeah, we can feed it off that line. More printables. More printables. Farming, suit wearing, rocketry. We will need a rocket pilot eventually. Tidying. Digging. We'll just take the algae for now. If I see anybody who's particularly amazing as a rocket pilot, I might consider. Because we are going to need rockets. I think the first planet you have to go to can be reached with a teleporter. So there's probably a teleporter around here somewhere in the depths. I really need to do more exploring. Particularly, I have not explored much out to this side of the map. I don't even know quite where the map edge is. Like, here's an unknown something. Oh, right here's the map edge. Also, I just remembered. Last time... There it is. Carbon dioxide geyser. Okay. At negative 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Can you say right there's a nice source of chill? We could box this in, put a gas pump in there with it, and just ship it up radiant gas pipes right up the middle of the base. And out the top. And if I ever need CO2 for something, we can tap it off there instead. It's pretty close to the center of the base. Matter of fact, if I continue this shaft down, we can just ship it that way and straight up. Oh, or we could just go around the abyssal lake. I don't care either way. Probably around the abyssal lake would be better bet. It wouldn't be a very good source of cooling, but the radiant gas pipes are relatively cheap. They can be built with normal ores. Speaking of which, we're really low on normal ores. I need to stop building everything out of gold amalgam and start mining more copper. Got a bit of iron around here we should dig. There's quite a bit of copper in here. I just need to go dig it. What I really want, though, is to get that stupid aluminum volcano going. Cooling that aluminum volcano enough so that I can handle the aluminum and actually use it to build stuff. Non-trivial. The crude oil here is 30 degrees, 40 degrees. Has this stopped? No, it's emitting crude oil currently. But it's 30, 40 degrees. Polluted water at 33 degrees. What? Yeah. We're actually getting cold water out of this system now. Okay, let's open the door and let that out. And also let's analyze this to see if it sure seems to run forever, but I want to actually know for sure. Oh, and that's right. I was going to put a liquid valve on this so I can shut it off as desired. And we can start the polymer press up again for at least a little bit. Okay, well, how hot is the base again? Hot. Okay. So, yes. We're going to want to run that gas through here and then up out the top. We're going to want radiant pipe up to about here probably, and then run it insulated again the rest of the way. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and set this up. Because I have a feeling this is probably better to get done sooner rather than later. It doesn't provide much cooling, but it does provide some, so we'll just build a gas pump right there. Insulated tile. Okay. Might as well dig back in here to get this copper ore. Don't dig that out yet. And then we're going to want a manual airlock, 1 and 2. We don't need two doors there, but I'm just going to put them on anyway. And then for ventilation, we take insulated gas pipe, build it at igneous rock, which we should have tons of. Okay. Actually, I'm going to do this a little bit differently. Can I build these? Okay, I literally can't build this out of anything but steel or ores. I'm going to use iron ore because I have a ton of it. But note to self, at some point I might want to change my mind on this. Oh, and we can't go back down. I was going to go back down that other ladder. We can't do that because of the oxygen in the way. I can do this, though. Should I want to do radiant pipe through... I do want to do radiant pipe through the whole base, basically. And then we'll leave it at that for now. I'm going to switch sides on this gas vent. And we're going to take a gas bridge. Boom. Insulated gas pipe, hook it up there. It's going to be a pretty long radiant tube. And then we'll take an insulated tube from this point. And we're going to have to eject it out into, oops. Damn it. Out into space. Which we're actually going to have to go quite a bit above this so we get up to the point where we don't have a back wall anymore. Actually, we can go over to here and run it parallel to this and feed it into that ejection system. What is this message about? Oh. I better answer this. Just give me a second. Okay. And there we go. If I run this across here, we already have a piercing the abyssal light there. Otherwise, I'm not so worried about piercing the abyssal light in this case. What I am worried about is, because it's already colder than heck below it, what I am worried about is having to build way up above into vacuum when I don't have to. I can just hook into this and send it out. So I think what we'll do is we'll build across here. Like that. No. One tile higher. Like that. Might as well leave these alone. Okay. And then we'll dig out this. We'll leave this last little bit alone until later. But we'll have to dig out a hole through here and some stuff. We might even put up a second stack, but the important part is that we'll use that same hole where it's relatively close to the surface. The whatever kind of background stuff this is. I don't remember the background sticking up above the regolith. But anyway, we have solid and liquid carbon dioxide all over the surface up here. I could just put a bridge there, but I refuse. I refuse to do that for reasons that make no sense whatsoever. Plus I can open some areas and get more metals. Hopefully. There's a bit of copper around here. Not really. There's a bunch here. There's a little there. I should mine this out. Some there, some here. There's a bunch here. Actually, I'm going to order this mined. Like that. And then we'll have to put in a couple bits of ladder to reach up to there. And we can dig that out as well. The easy way to find metals is move back and forth so you see the shiny bits. there's quite a bit. Think we'll be able to reach all that. Also, there's a bunch of sulfur here. I think these Sweetles eat sulfur. And there's some regolith that fell. Okay. Milo, you're getting distracted. Yeah. That's all lower priority in this, because this is more oxygen. That's just less heat. There's a lot of stuff going on here that needs to be built. Actually, since I'm not going to be... I don't need to remove anything or change anything there, since I'm not going to be running power down through that anymore. Yeah. Hopefully this digging keep people busy. I just realized I'm probably going to have to remove most of those plants that I wasn't going to move after all, because they're too tall. Oh, no, they're not. Okay, we can build through there. Now. Okay. Let's deconstruct that. And we'll... Not a pneumatic door. Don't be an idiot. We'll put in a manual airlock right here. And we'll build a couple insulated tiles there as well. Okay, this is a priority 9. Stop the oxygen from leaking. What are you doing? You fool. There was meat outside the surface? Oh, shovel almost died. Yes, there's eggshell over there, but I don't think you should go get it. Ruby, you fool. Just how far can you hold your breath? Apparently that far. It's pretty darn cold out here, by the way. Fools. Run, Kirk, run. I guess. If you all die, don't say I didn't tell you so. Run, Turner, run. I probably should tell them not to go through that door. Yeah, I think he decided that he didn't want to go over that direction after all. Let's go ahead. Is there a way to restrict stuff? Not really. Okay, let's just make everything outside up here to be absolute maximum. Do it right this very instant priority. And then we can order them not to go out through that door. Also, I just realized I never set priorities for Turner. Okay, you want to do tidying, supplying, and storing. And Otto is making another run for it. Is he going to make it to the meat? He made it to the meat! Yay! Run, Otto, run! Fools. And now we have Af making a run for it. Can he make it to the meat? Oh, we made it some meat. Apparently we've had shovels dying out here for quite a while. Looks like we have a bit of a hydrogen cloud outside now that they've been opening and closing that door. It'll disappear on its own eventually. I probably should have made these gas vents a little farther out into the vacuum so we'd end up with less frozen and liquid carbon dioxide on the surface, but yeah. Oh, we're gonna need to run power down here too, aren't we? I could just set it up to have a mouse wheel and a battery, but we could also just go ahead and build a simple power transformer. Right in here somewhere. Or right over here somewhere. Run a little bit of heavy watt wire to it. And then run a little bit of cheap wire. Let's use copper because we have a lot of that now. And we're almost out of gold. Because somebody has been spending all of it. I wonder who would do that. Boom. Okay. We can get a snazzy suit. Somebody who's decorating, cooking, and suit wearing. No. Supplying. Starts with super hard digging. That's an okay skill, I guess. Rad eater. Converts radiation exposure into calories. I wonder if that means that radiation otherwise doesn't cause problems for them. Because if this means they're mostly rad immune, we could set it up so that their bedroom is irradiated and they might not have to eat. Nah. I mean, it is really tempting to try that out, but I highly doubt it's that simple. Because if they still get sick from radiation, then it's probably not a good idea. We'll just take the snazzy suit. Speaking of which, Kirk 2 never received a suit. And do I have any suits in here? This was where I was storing them. And Turner never received a snazzy suit. Alright. They're radiation eater, not radiation resist. They will succumb to radiation sickness. Yeah. And nowhere to go. Okay. Have 8 duplicants wear non-default clothing simultaneously. I've seen a video series of a guy not playing with the DLC, but the base game. So he didn't have any of these with the, where I call it. But he finished all the achievements in the game in one run in just slightly over 200 days. Or 200 cycles. Except, of course, the one to last for 365 and a quarter cycles. His goal was to finish all the achievements before getting this one, but he did it before 200 days. Pretty cool. Ah, the good old Scald alarm. It looks like Ruby is going to make a run for it. Run, Ruby, run. Also, how do you get soggy? I suppose it is liquid. And here comes Dread right behind her. Go, Dread, go. Get that meat. They must be really hungry. Like, oh man, I really need a steak. I'm going to run across the surface of an asteroid and grab it. Fools. Also, why are you running past this one and going to grab the other one? Must be somebody else coming to get that one already. Yep, there comes Turner. Go, Turner, go! Grab that steak. I'm not too worried that we're going to run out of meat now because we apparently have a shovel farm. Like, wow, why do we even bother with Atmos suits? They're letting all my oxygen out into space, though. Oh, well. That was mildly humorous for a little while. How have things been going down here? Progress has been made. Slowly but surely. Emphasis on slowly. We'll flip that around so we can use less of the good stuff. Brought a bit of copper conductive wire over there. Okay, how about we don't do that? Okay, we're going to need to use a wire bridge. Run heavy watt over there, run heavy watt down here. How is this showing as overloaded? Okay. I'll worry about that later. Oh, we can't put a conductive bridge there because of course not. Damn it. Okay. I think I know how we can do this anyway. Our transformer. We put it facing the normal way. Cancel that extra heavy watt. I think we can put the bridge in as long as it's... Okay, that power transformer needs to be deconstructed. And quickly, please. Yeah, there's no way that was overloading. There's nothing... There's not 1,000 watts of stuff connected to it. Okay, as soon as they delete this... Then we should be able to take the conductive bridge. Ta-da! Problem solved. Okay, conductive wire. Connect those two together. Boom. All right. So I do believe this system is ready to start going, all except we need to provide some places for the gases to go, and I mean, it'd be ready to start going if these last few bits were done. And we had gases running somewhere. Admittedly, those are some pretty big things that have to be done yet. These should both be coming out at the same temperature. Okay, how is the cooling going up here? 100 degrees, 100 degrees, 90 degrees. The actual oil out here is 22 degrees. It's coming out of the thing at like 50 degrees. Steam vent. It's quite chilly down here, actually, around it. The water is still 150 degrees down here, but that's fine because the water's not running right for past this. Once... Oh, I wonder if this is because this is dormant that it's so cold now. Yeah. It's actually shutting off the aqua tuner sometimes now because it's getting too cold. What was the limit? 25 degrees? So I don't let it go below 0. It's actually coming through at 24 degrees here, entering the system. Yep, we're keeping it nice and chilly. After it's coming back into the system at 28 degrees after running through everything. So we finally reached the point where this room's gonna start cooling off soon. I mean, it has started cooling off some, but it'll cool off more. I mean, and when we build a dedicated chiller down here, oh yeah. So, to make this useful, I need to figure out exactly how I'm going to run these gas pipes. So I was thinking metal tiles every other block, starting from about right here. We're going to have to punch a hole in the abyssal anyway, so over we go. Not sure how long to make this. Then we run one gas pipe through there, one gas pipe through there, and then counter-rotating water. If we do like this, oops, and run a single water pipe down the middle, and then the gas pipes down the outsides, then we can just use a single aqua tuner, and that'll be plenty. Probably. And if it's not cooling enough, we can just make it a little longer, and add a second aqua tuner to cool the water twice, and then run it through. But I have a feeling the water is going to end up pretty chilly in a hurry. Then between these, we'll just put ladders for construction purposes, and then we can remove them and put whatever we want in later. And we'll encase it, of course, in insulated tile. That'll be insulated tile eventually. Probably should do the top in insulated tile as well. And technically we don't need to do a 3 high, we can just do 2 high, because the... Which if we do it 2 high, then that means there's no reason to put ladders in either. And we can just fill that in with whatever kind of tile we end up using. Or just let it fill in around it with water too, for that matter. The idea is the water has to go the opposite direction from the gas. That's very important, actually. So we'll use copper ore, radiant gas pipe, 2 of them. And then we'll run the water pipe along the top. This is going to be expensive. Goodbye, most of our copper. Then insulated liquid pipe. We don't have anywhere close to enough steel. No. Okay, we need to make a hard push on getting more steel. But this will be the what do you want to call it? The hopefully large enough heat exchanger. Then we'll finish this up. with some insulated tile on the ends. We'll run some ventilated pipe in. Like that. Boom for the first one. And boom for the second one. All right. We made those out of granite instead of igneous rock. Does that matter? Kinda. But I don't think we have enough igneous rock left to build it anyway, so we'll use granite. It's not a big deal. We're running short on igneous rock, actually. Okay. So this side, it'll come out cool. Technically, I don't really care if it's insulated anymore. We'll just use normal gas pipe from this point. I want insulated going through the wall, though. For no particular reason other than because I can hook to it later. Also, what kind of insulated? Granite. Cancel. Cancel. For the insulated that's actually embedded in the walls, I want proper, best to have available stuff. In other words, I should be using ceramic, but we'll be using ignis instead. You can use granite for the cheap stuff outside. Okay. And then we'll run a ladder down, right there. And dig that out. Okay, once this is all built, we'll run insulated across the top. And I think we're done with the heat exchanger then. We will let it remain full of water because I probably don't care enough. And to alternate water and metal. I probably could just build the whole thing out of metal and it'd work exactly the same as it should, but whatever. Who cares? Probably should put some kind of slightly insulated material in so that each stage retains its heat a little better, but I don't know if that actually make it more efficient or not. What matters, though, is that the hot end is the hot end and the cold end is the cold end. So the cold liquid will enter the same side as the cold gas is leaving. And the hot liquid, hot, will enter the same side as the hot gas is entering. So in each part of the heat exchanger, you maintain as similar as possible of a temperature between the two stuff. Which may sound weird, but that's how you get efficiency out of a heat exchanger. Because two materials side by side can only transfer so much heat in a given amount of time. And so if you have two materials that are traveling along with each other, the cold stuff is next to the hot stuff will get a little cooler, and they'll kind of converge in temperature by the end. If they're traveling in opposite directions, then they will converge in temperature, but their paths are parallel. And so there's more difference at any given point, and so more temperature will end up being transferred. I'm not very good at explaining it. Just understand that it works. It looks like we're actually using up some of our copious amounts of gas. Not enough that I have to worry about it, but... Okay, that next activity is 32 days, and this next activity is in 4 days. Okay. By the time we burn any appreciable amount of this gas, we'll have more of it. It does a thing, and that does a thing. Yeah, basically. Lots of things were does, and next thing you know, you need to run gas pipes into your base to spew oxygen everywhere. Okay, this is not being worked on, which I can't say I didn't expect. That's all hooked up and ready to go. Apparently we used granite for most of that pipe because I got low on igneous a long time ago. We actually have a surprising amount of storage space available at the moment. There's lots of cleaning jobs that nobody wants to do out here. They're actually starting to clean up all this mess that's laying around everywhere reasonably well. We issue some dig orders here so that you can get stuff that's just laying around from the early days of the base that never got cleaned up. We may have a few hatch eggs. We have 28,000 kcal barbecue. We have 250,000 kcal pickled meal. Maybe we should stop cooking pickled meal for a little while. Nobody wants to eat it anyway. It's good enough to keep you from starving grade of food. And yep, that was the new printables are available noise. We could get a hatchling. Do you think we need any of those? Digging with mole hands. That's a lot of digging skill. We don't really need another digger though. We have a really good one. We'll just take the hatch. Yeah. Why is there a reed? Did I accidentally plant a reed fiber in there? Unless that was... Oh. Those little bastards. I forgot they could do that. Okay. Pips can plant in farm tiles. So one of those little bastards is like, you need a reed fiber right here. No, we don't. We have reed fiber over here. We're good on reed fiber for now. We are still staying... There are 5 of 6 critters. Incubating 80%, incubating 90%. Okay, so we're replacing our hatches pretty reasonably. The poke shells, we're not ordering any extras dropped off. They haven't made any extras though. He is 42% of the way to making a new egg. And this is 13% of the way along to incubating. He is increasing at 17% per cycle. Oh, wow. We're going to end up with a bunch of poke shell eggs all of a sudden. Maybe we need to build another incubator. I'm not going to increase the priority on the great CO2 dump. We'll let that get done as it gets done. Okay, I am going to increase the priority on this stuff because I would like them to please build these things so I can get the metal refinery cranking along at a slightly better speed. Okay, this storage bin is going to include lime, if I can find it. It's around here somewhere. There it is. That'll include all the lime in the base, so I can just grab lime and put it in the metal refinery. We'll have one with lime, one with iron, and one with refined carbon. Actually, we might not do iron. We might just do lime, refined carbon, and iron ore. And just count on them to drop the iron here and not carry it. Have to get that Dreco out of there. Okay, you will hold... let's see. I thought I saw this when I was looking for... Like, why is ceramic a raw mineral? Okay, why did I even click that one? Refined carbon is a consumable ore. But none of these things make sense. Too bad you can't set up dump points for particular material like in DF. You kinda can, but you can't make them not pick it up again. Okay, and then we'll put iron ore in here as well. And we'll set all these to priority 7 so that hopefully they haul to them a little more enthusiastically. Okay, then we just need to get these last couple wires built. And we'll be able to keep the metal refinery full of metal refinery related things. So we should pick up iron off the ground here, stuff it in, once these are supplied. Also, oh, what's his face? Abe here should be the one running that machine. Thought I gave him a negative on research as well. Apparently not. So we do have some iron ore delivered. This is almost built. We still have a lot of pipes and stuff around it, of course, that need to be finished to make it work. I'm pretty sure we had a barbecue rot. Are you even allowed to rot while in here? It just decreases the decay rate. So we'd have to refrigerate it if we actually wanted it to remain cool too. How many hatches do we have? 4. Okay, these 2 will be done soon to be delivered, so. No power consumers. That will change eventually. This is getting built, so that's a good sign. We can get stuff delivered to these two, that'll help a lot. Like, stop delivering materials to this. Deliver materials to here. Looks like we have about 700 kilograms of steel, maybe. Let's see. Yeah. Wait, no. 575 kilograms of steel, it says, but yet there's a stack of steel 700 kilograms large here. I smell a skunk. There must be one outside. I hope nobody pisses it off because my car is right over there. I don't want that to stink. Actually, it smells like somebody already pissed the skunk off. Ah, welcome to Adventures in Semi-Rural Ohio. Put a bin up just for steel storage to update the system better. That would depend on everybody having delivered things to the storages. Which, as we all know, isn't likely to happen very quickly. It looks like they've finally delivered a bunch of refined carbon, so that's good. And the iron thing is set up, sort of. Oh, it's iron ore, yeah, okay. So we have a pile of iron here still. Maybe not. They may very well have hauled that off already. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. We still have room up here. We can put more storages, though. Actually, if we put up a steel storage, then it will deliver it straight to the storage. So that is a good idea. Refined iron, refined steel. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, there's just a faint background skunk smell. Where did you come from? You must have escaped from somewhere. He's glum. That's not good. Wrangle him! And haul him off! I did set this up to 4 critters, yeah. He's all tied up. Nowhere to go. Actually, he does have somewhere to go. It's right over here. But somebody will deliver him eventually. Oak pinch. There's nothing particularly special about them. Sandus shells are non-hostile critters that thrive in water and eliminate germs from any liquid it inhabits. They eat polluted dirt, slime, and rot piles. So it's 9, if it's 0%, I wonder if you have to have them in the liquid. Like have a pinch row living in liquid before it changes, maybe? Because different creatures have different reasons for oak shells eat polluted slime, dirt, and rot piles. The shells they leave behind after molting can be crushed into lumber. They thrive in ethanol. Weird. Okay. Oh, let's see. These aren't growing because no irrigation. No irrigation because they're being supplied directly from the lavatory overflow. I decided this tank had been filled full enough. This one's growing again, though. And these are getting close to warm enough. It is slowly warming up in here. Very slowly. Yeah. Oh. Printable. What do we get today? Sweetles. We have tons of them all over the place. Don't want more. Dirt. Building, husbandry, building, ranching, rocketry. Noodle arms, loud sleeper. No thank you. Farming, building, tidying, and Luddite. Yeah, we'll just take the dirt. And this is too hot. Well, we're going to solve the temperature problem shortly. Shortly-ish. I could just go ahead and boost the priority and have them finish it quickly. Okay, fine. Let's do that. I think that was the last section that needed to be done. Oh, nope. There's a little bit over here. Okay. This will get built fairly quickly because we don't have to worry about Atmos suits or anything like that. Actually, it's probably getting to be cool enough in this area that I can just let them in without Atmos suits. Yeah, because the crude oil is coming out at 34 degrees. The environment around here is in the 90s. If we just put the Atmos suit dock, it's like 50 degrees down here around this cool steam vent now. About 100 out here, 130 out here. Okay, so it's still pretty hot down in the bottom area. And the water down here is still really hot. So until this area is working and we have our own cooling system down here cooling this off, probably not a good idea to go ahead and just let any old idiot in here. But as soon as that happens, this Atmos suit dock is coming out. Also, who's getting scalded where? It looks like they're doing a pretty good job of cleaning up all the stuff that's laying around, too. I keep seeing people run after stuff. Who is getting scalded? The only hot place I know is over here. This is only 80 degrees down here. There's a large pile of crap down there. Okay, whenever this gets built someday. Food is decayed. Pickled meal. Don't care. See ya. That can be delivered over here, fed to the poke shells. Have we used up all the polluted dirt I had? Apparently so. Because all I have is 18 tons of slime in here. Okay. We might have to produce excessive food just to let it rot so we can feed the poke shells. Because that one is starving. should cancel sweeping that. Let's set that feeder to higher priority so they can go deal it. There you go, little bastards. Eat up. He's still hungry. I don't know how I'm going to keep these fed. Because we're going to need to produce a lot of rot and polluted dirt if we want to keep them anywhere close to happy. Should have a pole down that shaft. Well, ideally, they won't be going down that shaft much more. I gotta pick up all this crap, of course, but I would prefer if they didn't go down that shaft any more than they had to just yet. Why does stuff keep falling down the shaft? Are they building... I think they're grabbing too much material. Doing a little bit of building and then dropping the remainder. Well, at least they don't have far to go get the materials anymore. Dumbasses. I did set that no passing, right? Okay, who keeps getting scalded? There's nothing along here that's super hot. Is it actually scalded? It's the same sound. And the thing flashes too quick, I can't see what it is. Come on. Go over to the scalding area. I dare ya. I almost forgot about this, by the way. We need a mess table for our new duplicate. Damn it. Suffocating. Okay, it's fools down that shaft. And they about run out of oxygen by the time they reach the top. That would explain why they keep dropping their shit. Okay, well there's not a whole lot I can do about that except to put a pump down there to pump the carbon dioxide out. Oh, look. Yeah, they're suffocating is the problem. I could set up oxygen masks. They should be able to get it done without that, though. I think. Oh, maybe they won't. Okay, if I set up oxygen masks, I'm going to have to grab oxygen off one of these lines and send it down. And probably should, because it is a prime area for carbon below this point. Because all the areas we're filtering carbon out is from here up. We don't have anything below this to get rid of carbon. This is pretty much stuffed. Yeah, they're not getting anything done. We do have a setup for oxygen masks already. Where is the thing? Not utilities, it's stations, isn't it? There we go. Oxygen mask checkpoint. We'll put it right about there. Boom, boom. We have some pre-made. They're all set up to repair, all that fun stuff. We just need to run a pipe down here. Which is going to be more annoying than previously considered. It won't be that bad, actually. No, that's not bad. And we used to put a gas bridge right here. Boom. Bump the priority to 9, so they do this first. Nothing much has gotten done there since I've had everybody running around in circles. It looks like we've completely filled up the liquid reservoir. So we need to get the polymer press running again. We'll bump the priority on that very slightly. Okay, you deliver suit. You deliver suit. And we can hopefully stop this problem. But I know I have some oxygen masks around here somewhere. Do it, damn you. There we go. Now you can go down here and finish the cooling system. Except this one doesn't have any oxygen yet. That one's not quite full. We'll get around to it eventually. The polymer press is going to dump a ton of heat into this room, probably. I think this might be the time to go ahead with the plan I had to put in cooling for this. Also, we're going to have to do something about this water. Okay, they're actually working down here. That's good. Alright, let's see. My plan initially was to put in a radiant pipe, something like that. Which we're almost out of copper. And then do granite insulated pipe because we're cheap and can't afford the good stuff. Like that. And then we would take a liquid bridge and put it there. And then when the liquid bridge was built, we would delete this piece and replace those two and then remove the liquid bridge. And ta-da, it would magically start working. Damn it. We're completely out of igneous rock. Yeah, we can't do that. There's a way to make him build a pipe connection without actually replacing the stupid pipe on both sides. I can't get it to work. Okay, wait, if I try this and then cancel the radiant pipe, no, same deal. Maybe I need to wait for him to build at least part of it. New printables? Indeed there are. Poke shell spawn. Somebody who's pretty good at tidying. Doesn't really have much else going for them. Tidying's not as good as suit wearing would be, because suit wearing would give you extra run speed. We'll take the poke shell though. We'll wrangle him. Take a poke shell that I can't feed. I need to figure out a way to get food for these things at a reasonable rate. I don't know how I'm going to do this. They apparently don't need to eat very much. We could feed them slime too. No, we can't feed them slime because there's normal poke shells. They can only eat polluted dirt or rot pile. Oh. I guess we'll just hope we get enough polluted dirt. And rot pile. But anyway, the reason for building the liquid bridge is that we can remove the pipe in the middle after it's been built without making a mess. It's out of iron. Okay. Turn iron ore into iron then. Which the auto sweeper can help with. What did I use to make these metal tiles? Copper? No, some of them are steel. Damn it. That one's copper. That one's steel. Copper, 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 copper. Okay. Good. No wasting steel like that. Wasting steel is bad. Oh. We need it for thermal aqua tuners, which are obscenely expensive. Probably in some vain attempt to balance them. The problem with attempting to balance things but making them expensive, and this pretty much applies to any game, is that ultimately people aren't going to care. Because eventually, you will have the resources to do whatever it is. Or someone somewhere will. And once somebody has the resources to do it, it will get done. Whatever it may be. Whether it's randomly spamming excessive numbers of thermal aqua tuners, or whether it's something completely different. But making something expensive isn't even really going to slow anybody down. Also, I should get a storage bin that it contains copper ore as well. I could tell this to contain both copper and iron ore. Probably not a bad idea. Oh. Why are you poking your nose into there? Don't go in there. I suppose they're cleaning up stuff on the floor. But it is extremely hot in here. Duplicants aren't very smart sometimes. Did I empty this liquid? Apparently it is indeed. Just order those deconstructed. Those are the last vestiges of the cooling loop. Except this over here, which somehow hasn't got deleted yet either. I think they can get over here. It doesn't say they're unreachable. That said, that says it's unreachable. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there goes Otto. Run, Otto, run before you get scalded. So they can dash in there, grab some stuff, and dash out without getting scalded. But it doesn't take long before they get scalded if they remain in there for any length of time. Alright. This is pretty close to done. That's hooked up. It has power. You just need these last couple bits of pipe and then this outer bit. Priority 9. Do it now. Now, I say. Probably why I'm out of sleet wheat. Yes, I would expect it probably is. Also, I should make that priority 9 as well. I'm guessing there was a bit of polluted something or other around here that melted. And yeah. I'd like to crank this thing up and refreeze this biome. Because it's not unfrozen, but it's unfrozen enough that all the polluted stuff is on the edge. The wheezeworts aren't wheezing quite strongly enough for my purposes. Put a ladder near the ration bins so they can reach it more effectively. These? They should just be able to go down here and jump across. These ration bins are really low priority. Extra storage for sleet wheat. But that was when I had like massive amounts of sleet wheat just laying everywhere from who knows how many years of production. Like this giant stack of 36 ohm right here. Oh, there's tons of polluted dirt in here too. That's actually great. We can feed that to these assholes, who are very unhappy about their eggs being anywhere near them. Okay, for some reason they didn't wrangle that hatch. Can I select that hatch somehow? No, apparently it doesn't kick them out until... Oh, I did put them in a room with a thing set to 0 and auto wrangle if I wanted them to be moved, wouldn't I? Or at least I could do that. I'm tempted to remove this incubator, put it over here, close that up. Anyway, they'll move that hatch soon enough. There's coal all over the ground down here. Why did I never build coal generators in this earlier? Because I could have got early power very easily with a coal generator. Did I have some reason for that? Uh-oh. Ruby, you fool. Get out of there before they kill you. They're very protective of their eggs, apparently. Well, sucks to be them, I suppose. Actually, I don't know if these things will drown. We may have created a problem for ourselves. At least he won't eat meat, so I guess eventually he would probably... yeah. That might be an issue. Oh well. Yeah, I probably should just remove these bins here. They don't serve a purpose anymore. Initially it was because this was overflowing, which it currently is as well, but we can just leave them laying out. It's not a problem. Do I still have the Cook Forever Frost Bun? Yeah, I do. We really don't need more food at the moment. We have a little bit on hand. Most of that's pickled meal, but still. Alright, what are they going to inflict on us now? Hatches. I don't want a pufflet. 15 tidying. Mouth breather, building impaired. I don't think so. Operating, researching, suit wearing. I don't really like any of these. I'm just going to reject them all. Actually, I'm not going to reject them all because we can take these hatch eggs and just drop them down the chute. Free food for later. Okay, this is almost done. Now we just dig out that little bit of granite. And there we get 1 year to be exact for 365. Also, let's analyze that. Reach cycle 365 with a single colony. Go me, I guess. Considering I have not left this for the stars just yet, and I'm sure people would have done that a very long time ago. But I kind of like it here. I want to stay. I don't want to leave. I think this run's going to take a while. Oh, what is this? That is a lovely green color. Hello, uranium ore. And Wheezeworts. I think we're going to leave you alone for now. How very radical is it? Let's see. Where's the radiation thing? I know there's a rad overlay. Where's that? There it is. It's not actually that radiated. Except here around the Wheezewort. Of course it would have chlorine in it. Okay. Plus there's so much more to discover. Far right. Yeah, there's a bit there. The edge of the map is right here though. So there's a bit more to discover. Also, I have not done a scan for geysers in a while. We have a bunch up here we haven't looked at. There's some iron ore. Let's look around through some of the... Nope, that's just iron ore. Because like this here was the geyser I discovered at the end of last time. But I admit I hadn't really done a whole lot of very careful scanning around. There's a geyser. And there's a geyser. Two of them right over there. Right here near the end of this. We can dig across here. And then sink a shaft. Like right through here or something. Let's go right through here. And then there's a thin spot there, so I don't really want to go through that. We'll go right through the thick part right here. No, not right there. I don't really want to go through there either. There's lots of polluted water. But I don't want to come down directly on top of this either. Screw it. We'll do that. We do have people in oxygen masks down there. I don't think the oxygen mask will prevent them getting slime lung, but it'll hopefully at least help. It's a little warm. But not an emergency. Okay, so we can take that out, and that out, and find out what those are. You can go to the star map and click on this, and it will tell you 4 unknown geysers. Okay, so we have, that's 2 of the remaining 4 then. And all the different biomes that are available. Apparently there's an oil reservoir and a saltwater geyser. Where's that? Unless those are the ones we just discovered. Because I'm pretty sure I don't know where an oil reservoir is. And I'm like 90% sure I don't have a saltwater geyser. There's some neutronium. Okay, wasn't there something out this way? Oh, it was, I wanted to get up here to this poke shell and get that stuff. This is an actual reason to go over here now. We're going to be cutting through all this abyssalite here anyway. So let's continue that ladder down. Dig that out. Dig that out. We'll put a ladder down here. There we go. Oh, because the pinch of pepper wants to grow into there. Yeah, someday we'll get down to this area and I can find out what that one is as well. I thought I ordered this dug out. We'll give that a 9. And that a 6. Should dig out all this copper around it too. We'll get that later. Here comes Dread to unseal the carbon dioxide geyser, which appears to be coming out as, actually, it emits 458 grams a second. of very cold carbon dioxide. It's coming out at about 45 degrees currently. But I'm sure it'll get colder as time goes by. In any case, that will at least assist with making my base slightly cooler. It's already almost 100 degrees at this point. Oops, maybe it'll make my base up here warmer. It'll cool down this area though, so that'll help at least. Yeah, because they were never going to investigate this prior to it being dug out. Why dig that out? This we'll get to eventually someday. Okay, so that's 3 hole. Let's look at this again. 4 unknown geysers. Which of these? Cool slush. Okay, I'm 90% sure I don't know about this one. So it must be they display them here as soon as they're uncovered, like not black. Steam vent. Cool steam vent. Okay, that's weird because I have 2 cool steam vents. I don't have, unless they're not actually listing individual types. Or, you know, they might have more than one of some of these. Because I definitely have 2 cool steam vents. I definitely have multiple natural gas geysers. So apparently they're just listing the possible types that can be there, plus 4 unknown ones. Aluminum volcano, which obviously we've uncovered. The last time I looked at this, it said 8 unknown, and a lot of these weren't listed. So we might have more geysers that I don't know about hidden around. Because we only have 3 to uncover, and there's some more than 3 that I don't recognize. Let's make this a little bit easier on ourselves. Not sure what's going on with that. Oh. Okay. Yeah, because you can see the shape of the geyser in red. That's probably a volcano one then. The one down there that was really tall. Wait. If I do materials overlay. Is there any option I can select here that will display it highlighted without highlighting like everything else around it? No. Even all doesn't really highlight it in a fancy way. This actually makes it harder to see them. Oh, that's interesting. There's a battery over there. I think temperature overlay has my best chance of seeing stuff. This one shows up cold. I didn't see it before we uncovered it, whether it was showing up cold or not. I don't see any little cold neutronium platforms though, so. Okay, here we have a cold slime biome. Interesting. I suppose we could do more exploring it later. Okay, it's just abyssalite. Yeah. I highly doubt there's any geysers up here in the regolith. that aluminum volcano, and what was the other thing that was partially uncovered? This right here. Okay, this one is probably a volcano of some sort as well, because look how tall it is. And that's all we know. Yeah, maybe it's an iron volcano or something useful. About the time the carbon dioxides get up here, it's about 89, 90 degrees. I think we're actually making our main base a little bit hotter from this. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're back to making plastic. I wanted to check something. Namely, do you even have these things unlocked yet? Probably not. Well, let's maybe do some research for once then. I'm pretty sure the transportation tubes are made with plastic. Here, transit tubes. We'll research those next. Oh, we need to turn on the radiation area to do this. But if we could make transit tubes, that would help a lot with our sideways base. We don't really have good places to put them, though, is the problem. We'd have to basically rebuild the base from scratch if we wanted to do that, which we kind of need to do anyway. We'll take blossom seeds. I have to give it time. It'll get hotter than colder. Hopefully. Or at least hopefully the then colder part. We did have it go through the hottest part of the base first and then through the rest of it. In any case, it's free chill, so don't look at gift horse in the mouth and all that. It's active 60 out of every 90 cycles. It won't be dormant again until 50 cycles from now, so we'll get a bunch of chill out of that. I should stop looking at where the geysers are. Nothing's going to change there. Everybody's too busy working on other more important things. Okay, this is getting hot. But not insanely so yet. Okay. Once both sides are connected, we can connect them up and then delete the order to... Yeah. Let's go ahead and get this loop built. Also... Damn you, stop backfeeding. Okay, so I was wrong about how this works. We'll just go ahead and delete this and make a mess if we have to. It won't land in the oil or anything. I don't want to deconstruct the bridge yet. There we go. Okay. even after we finish this, okay, how's the oxygen looking? We're actually doing okay on oxygen. Okay, that's a surprise. What changed? Because these shouldn't be working yet. They're definitely not. Because we don't have tons of hydrogen to deal with. This is still working half-assedly. This has been going full-time. Oh, we got more slime for the oxygen diffuser. Diffuser. I bet you that helped. It wouldn't have made this much difference, though. This is like major levels of oxygen production. Everything's over pressure. It's like 1,400 grams. 1,300 grams. Maybe it just... Maybe this is what made the difference. Nah, surely not. Maybe? Well, whatever did it, we suddenly have tons of oxygen all over the place. And it happened without me noticing, so... Time? Quite possibly. Just slowly worked the problems out. In any case, it gives us lots of time to work on this system. So we don't need to put any real effort in getting this done quickly. I would appreciate if these were made sometime today, though. Also, we have a bit of petroleum leak somewhere. Where did that even come from? Okay. Plumbing. There we go. Apparently there used to be a tool that just lets you connect or disconnect to adjacent pipes or wires or whatever. I don't know why it was removed. Because there used to be a button down here. So I was watching an older video of this game, and the guy was using the pliers tool or something, and just connecting stuff. Unless it was a mod thing that he had, which is entirely possible, I guess. How much power draw does this have right now? 600 watts? Okay. If I was to flip this switch and turn on the material study and rad bolt generator, we would be overloading this circuit. What all is on this circuit? I thought I only used this for... Oh, it's got the Atmo docks on it now. I probably should put them on a different circuit. My electrical system is so chaotic. We have this heavy watt wire backbone that runs through everything. All the heavy watt wire in the whole base is all connected on, is all one giant network. And then we have little tiny 1,000 watt and 2,000 watt networks scattered around that may or may not be hooked up in an order that makes any sense at all. Some of them make perfect sense. Other ones are kind of like, okay. This one even still has its original hamster wheel. That's a mod. I need to get that mod. Still missing 2 pipes right into the rubber machine. And they're unreachable. I'll fix that. Okay, so once those are 2 hooked up, we'll be able to remove this bridge. This isn't going to operate anyway until I actually remove the bridge. This is starting to take heat damage. Boom. We'll just kick up the... priority on that a little bit. How cold is this coming out of here? Still 23 degrees. And it's coming out of here at probably right around that temperature. So it's going out at about 28 degrees. So it's actually coming back colder than it's going out. Which I guess makes sense. It'll take it a while for the liquid inside the reservoir to chill completely, because this is a lot of liquid mass. Once these 2 are built, I can remove this liquid bridge. And then we can chill that. What's the air temperature? 90, 100, 100. We'd probably need to put in some like temp shift plates or something if we really wanted to start cooling the air down. Which actually up here would be a good place for that. Temp shift plates are like 800 kilos to build though. But they can be built out of just about anything. We could use some of our iron for this. We definitely don't want to use plastic. I'm going to put a couple iron temp shift plates in. One there and one there. Hopefully that'll help cool the air down. Actually, no, it's not doing quite like that. We'll put one there. And we'll cancel the middle one. There we go. Also, we should put a sump in here and put a little liquid pump and do something with the water that gets created by this mess. Instead of just mopping it up all the time. Okay, you, buddy. You get to hold steel. And the one beside you, which is hopefully going to get built soon, you get to hold iron. Also, you get to be the preferred place to store it. So, we'll set you to 7. I thought I had these at like 9. Okay, apparently I missed these 2. Oops. Got a little bit of natural gas in there. Not a problem. We've stopped circulating coolant because it's too cold. Oh! Yogoon, welcome! Welcome, welcome, raiders. Welcome in. Just in time to watch the slowly shambling disaster. I don't need more little assholes. And I don't need any more dupes either. So we'll just reject them all. We have plenty of pips at the moment. Which is several pips too many. Stop making a mess, damn it. Your water tank busted today? In game or real life? Because one of those is a much bigger problem than the other. In game. Depending on where it busted, that could be interesting. And whether it had water or polluted water. In either case, probably wasn't that great for the duplicates involved. Got another aluminum volcano, it looks like. I don't know if I'd want to... Is this one the same temperature as the other one? 8.1 kilograms a second at 3,000... Let's see, what was this one? 8.9 at 3,000. Okay, they're about equivalent. Just plain water, luckily. I know there's a way to pack in infinite gases and liquids into a single tile. That seems like it might be risky. Ooh, a logic puzzle. Okay. That's a NOT gate. Okay. I assume the result we want is to turn everything on. And indeed. Doors open. Vending machine, a table, and it's full of crude oil. Someday when I get down there, well, doors open, I guess. Not particularly difficult setup. Okay, it looks like old Dread here is mining away at that. So we're not far off of finding out whatever we have at this spot. Does look like we're close to the bottom though, because I think this is... There's a bunch of diamond. I think this is the top of the oil biome. We're actually not far away from this. They'll probably just use this hole in the abyssal light right here to get to the oil biome. Although we're definitely going to want to rig up a suit locker somewhere around down here, because this is 150 degrees, 160 degrees right around here. A little warm. Had a dupe get mad and broke your infinity tank of dirty water and filled your entire base and drowned all but one dupe. Yeah. That sounds kind of exciting, Dread. A little bit exciting. I've never had a dupe get pissed off and break anything yet. Probably count myself lucky. Also, it's complaining about my oxygen generation again. I need to put in some better. I'm going to go ahead and put some airflow tiles here in the floor. And then we'll put a few there and there. To at least have this stuff drop down into the animal area and get out of the base. Yeah, that'll be fine. I need to remember to put more vertical circulation in most of my designs. Just watching it pour out, there's nothing you can do about it. It was terrible. And an exciting time was had by all. In all the wrong ways. So eventually, hopefully... we need to... Let's see, this one was going to be for... iron, I think? Let's see, refined metal, iron. There we go. Sweeper will take care of that. Apparently we have quite a lot of refined iron. We need to make more refined copper, too. We've used most of it up. Ended a 400 cycle run. That was a long while ago and you haven't played since. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of exciting thing that would happen in something like Dwarf Fortress, for example. Which I guess, aside from the completely different perspective, as in side on instead of top down, this falls into the same basic genre as RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress would, in a lot of ways. Different focuses, all three of them have from each other. But they share enough that I kind of view them as very similar basic concepts, I guess. That's the wrong way to describe it. Not really basic concepts so much as I don't know. The kind of games where somebody can get pissed off and break something and everything falls apart. That kind of thing can happen entirely too often. And okay, I'm going to set one of you up. Let's see, you're feeding them sandstone. Okay, these guys can't eat granite, can they? No. I don't think I have any stone hatches left anymore, so let's take this one and change it over to hold oh, let's see, meal ice. And I'm going to let it hold as much meal ice as it wants to hold. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to let it hold about 50 kilogram. In hopes that some of it will rot. And then it can be taken down and fed to the poke shells. Also, I built this storage bin a long time ago, thinking that I could store food here as a, so I don't have to go quite as far. It was a dumb idea. I probably should just delete it. The poke shells have a bit of a starvation problem. Also, I need to change some things down here so these guys auto-wrangle and get hauled up there. Okay. We're just a few tiles away from finding out whatever's down here. I'm not sure how it decides what the... Oh, produced versus consumed. Yeah. Food is decayed. That's good. We need rot to feed to these idiots. Hopefully it stops them from starving to death. Okay. I haven't seen any of these. I haven't seen any of these pinch row we have in the drowning chamber incubate yet. Hopefully they actually do drown, but I'm not going to count on it. Yeah, I'm not going to count on it. I have some plans for what to do if they don't. They may be annoying plans, but what we'll have to do is we'll have to remove this tile, build a tile in here, bump it up one, let people go through. Actually, we can just let people go through the door and it'll work. So if we let them go through back and forth through the door, then they'll go there, suck eggs out. We can set this to sweep only. Or we can just order them attack, and I think they'll be able to attack from that far. I hope. Set this to sweep only and they won't grab the eggs. That's the idea anyway. I thought I ordered these idiots wrangled. They don't seem to be very good about grabbing critters and hauling them up here. I think what I need to do is remove one of these incubators, put it over here, put a new door here, put a critter drop off, set it number to 0, and set auto wrangle. So they'll grab these bastards and take them up here automatically. Because this should be a much... Oh, that's probably why it's set to priority 5. If we set to like 7 or 8. Or 9, since this job doesn't happen very often. And hopefully they'll grab critters and drag them up there faster. And we have another thing to print. Poke shell. We don't need more poke shells. We have the number I wanted. Decorating, suit wearing, researching, decorating, doctoring, operating, or digging. None of these interest me. We'll take the poke shell. And then we will order violence. And we get a free poke shell molt. And they do not drop meat. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So we're going to have to set this to take poke shell molts. Which should be in here in the list somewhere. Surely. There we go. That is, of course, assuming that they can indeed drown in the drowning pool thing. Which I guess we'll find out eventually. This doesn't look any more done than it used to, but I'm sure it probably actually is. We need to make more copper. I think the holdup on the metal refinery at this point is just getting the stuff to circulate through the cooler fast enough. Petroleum's going out at... Okay, did I read those wrong? Okay, it's coming back at 400 and some degrees. I thought I read that it was going out at 600 and something, but surely I was wrong. I guess we'll see when the next load comes out. 611 degrees. It's coming out. Goes through there, it comes back in at 400. Okay. I suppose. It's keeping it cool. And we've got the steam turbine running flat out now. 850 watts. Oh, it's high time to remove that liquid bridge. Should make sure I've got all the gold amalgam in here. There's a bunch that we haven't gotten. They should be able to reach that from all the ladders and stuff around here. We're going to have to go mine out. Probably should have mined this before I covered it over, but I wasn't caring about it at the time. Got some copper here that wouldn't hurt to mine. Speaking of which, I should probably give an order to do copper mining. I need to build another bin somewhere full of copper ore. To help speed that up as well. Really what I need to do is get another bank of steam engines somewhere and build several metal refineries. Someplace more easily accessible to everybody. More convenient. Oh yes, this plant. I forgot about this. I was going to try to pull the clean water off the top of this by using auto bottling. It looks like they can do it. Oh, hello there, you. Murder! Gonna need to add some more polluted water to this if I do that, though. Otherwise the fish will get annoyed. Which they... Yeah, where am I gonna get... except from the natural gas generators here, which aren't producing enough to really make much of a difference. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I'll worry about it later. Worst case, we can bottle and dump over there, or just run a pipe or something. But I'd like to get all the water off the top of this. It was all pumped in from this area down here earlier. And I probably should have just filtered it and sent one way and the other, but at the time I didn't care. I just wanted more water in there so the fish would stop complaining about being unhappy. And this is a cool slush geyser. Ooh, shiny. Periodic erupts with freezing polluted water. Eruption period 268 seconds every 536 seconds. We don't know when it's active or what its average output is. But there we go. Or what its temperatures. It emits 4,532 grams a second at 14 degrees Fahrenheit. So about 4.5 kilos at 14 degrees. Polluted water, which means it'll be actually liquid. It won't actually be slush. That would be a powerful source of cooling. Probably not enough to cool this aluminum volcano off, but... we could indeed pump that into the dirty water tank. And it's not so hot that we can't just... or I mean, not so cold that we can't just run it straight up along parallel to this. Run it past a few things to pick up some heat and dump it straight into the tank. I'd want to put a shut-off valve on it just in case we get too much. We don't need to do anything special to contain it either. We just dig a hole around it and put a little sump with a pump on the bottom. We have electricity coming most of the way down. We can just run the last little bit. I think this electric line has its own dedicated... yeah, it has its own dedicated transformer even. That aluminum vent, that's going to need way more than this can provide in cooling. We're going to need probably a couple steam engines, some serious aqua tuner. It's going to be exciting. It'll be expensive. Well, let's go ahead and dig out a nice big hole around this. Not too big. And then we'll put a little sump right over there. Boom. And the bottom of the sump will go a boring old liquid pump. Doesn't have to be anything special because this isn't going to be cold or anything or hot or anything. Cold is easier to deal with than hot. Okay. Liquid pump right there. Power wire right there. plumbing. I'm just going to use plain, boring liquid pipe. I'm not going to bother with the insulation or anything, because who cares? What's the worst that'll do? Cool things off. Run it parallel to the gas. Who cares? What's the worst it'll do? Cool things off. And now, if I remember correctly, this one runs through the cooling for this and then gets dumped into the tank. So all we need to do is that. And then we can put a liquid bridge right here. And boom. Except, no, I'm not going to do that because I'm going to remove this carbon skimmer that we never use for anything anymore and has been shut off for a long time. And let's clean this mess up. Let's deconstruct the liquid bridge. Let's deconstruct that liquid pipe. Let's cancel that. And then we can just take a plain old boring liquid pipe and go right there. And ta-da, it's all hooked up. Still a bit of a mess, but eventually this water pipe will drain itself. Yeah. Because this electrolyzer's pulling from there, so that'll pull that out eventually and we can just delete that pipe. This will help cool the room off a good bit, and it'll fill this right up. Now, the time comes to do the aluminum volcano. We're probably going to do the one up top first. Because that one is somewhat conveniently positioned close to the base. We can just dig out a big room here. Put in 2, maybe 3 steam engines. Dump a bunch of water right in a big room here full of steam. Put in some auto sweepers to pick up the super hot aluminum. Run it back and forth on conveyor rails. Probably do a heat exchanger using conveyor rails going one direction and cold liquid from the steam engines going the other way until we actually get it down to like 70 degrees and can drop it out where duplicates can pick it up and go build stuff with it. And on that marvelous, glorious day, we'll be able to build all of our wiring and stuff with aluminum. I probably should actually start saving up resources for that as soon as we finish up the work on the other thing. Okay, let's analyze this. Order that dug out. I would like to have all this done quickly, please. Top priority. It's not like everybody can work on it because this is out past the we're gonna call it point. The mask up. We're gonna call it. Okay, so nobody is working out here because I would need to add a couple more ladder pieces if I actually want them to build any of this stuff. Because the airlock, they're ordered not to go through it because I don't want them scalding their asses on the 136 degree water down in there. So the average output of this is 1.5 kilos a second. We're going to be overflowing water. It's a good thing we put in the manual airlock so that it would eventually stop due to pressure. Okay. What do we have? Hatches. Decorating, researching, digging, and cooking. None of those are really things we need. We have people who are okay at all of those. Although I probably should start doing actual decorating around here instead of just leaving it alone. They did put in these airflow tiles, so that's cleaned up the bathroom a lot. Although I hope these guys like carbon dioxide. Yeah, so we got a couple good finds over in this area. Those carbon dioxide geysers help us cool off the base a little bit. And then we've got the much better cool slush geyser. Poor Otto isn't terribly happy with this, of course, but sucks to be him, I guess. I don't see any other neutronium platforms around here. So we'll just have to continue exploring farther out. This one I think is some kind of volcano just because of the hot tip that you can see there. Got the short stick. Basically, he's a researcher, and I haven't been researching anything lately because I can't be bothered to go select new things. I should turn off this other oxygen diffuser for now. I don't want them wasting all of my algae. I don't even know if I have any algae left. The answer is probably no. Okay, so this is running around there cooling. Let's check on what the temperatures are. Okay, so it's coming in at 54, it's coming out at 58, so we're picking up a couple degrees here. It is cooling off some in the area. It's still hot, but it's not as bad as it was. I'd like to have enough aluminum to build aluminum temp shift plates. I think aluminum is reasonable at... don't actually know. In real life, it would be a reasonable... Here, let's check aluminum, what it says about it. Thermal conductivity is 11. So heat capacity is 0.5, which isn't great. Okay, 11. Let's find something made out of gold or copper. There's a gold amalgam. I don't have any refined gold just laying around, do I? Refined copper is thermal conductivity of 33. Okay, so that's actually a lot better. Okay, I take it back. Aluminum is kind of meh. How about compared to iron? Oh, this has conductivity of 30. Wait, is it seriously 11 for aluminum? Where's that volcano? There it is. Aluminum. Thermal conductivity 11. Yeah, it's actually terrible for conductivity. That's weird. I thought aluminum was pretty conductive as far as it makes good wires and stuff like that. So this one only outputs 100 grams a second average, and this one does 116. Apparently it's enough though, because, well, these are actually slowly emptying. Once they both stop being dormant, that'll change though. I mean, obviously copper and gold are going to be better, but I'm surprised it's better than iron even for conductivity. Because technically, if I remember correctly, okay, gold amalgam, which is not pure gold, has a conductivity of 1.1. That's an ore. Refined gold would probably be considerably higher. If we're correctly, conductivity, silver is the best. And then, this is real life, mind you. Silver is just flat out the best conductivity. And then I think it's copper. Copper is the second best, and I think gold might be like third or fourth. But gold is good for wires for a completely different reason, namely that it doesn't tarnish at all. So actually gold is bad to make wire out of. Well, it draws well too, so you can get nice thin wires if you need them. Although that's less of a problem nowadays than it used to be once upon a time. But gold is bad for making wires and is great for coating wires or coating contacts. But it's not bad for making wires as in it's a terrible idea. It's just that it's not as good as copper or silver would be. So if you're going to use a precious metal, you might as well use silver. Because silver is the conductivity king. And I'm reasonably sure that while that's for electricity, I'm reasonably sure that conductivity is very similar for thermal versus electrical, but I don't actually remember. Looks like they're getting pretty close to done with setting up our little pump here. Also, they're pretty close to done with analyzing it. I'm almost tempted to dig out this volcano and just let it start erupting aluminum all over down here and watch the chaos unfold. But that would be a terrible idea. If it wasn't for this cool slush geyser, then I might be willing to engage in terrible ideas. But I'm not going to risk my beautiful, beautiful, cool slush geyser on doing something silly. Okay, so we are slowly removing the water off the top. Very slowly. Also, let's murder that hatch before I forget about him. I need to change this so that they auto-wrangle these idiots. Our dedicated farmer should deal with this. I do have Ruby set high ranching. Yeah, okay, so you always go ranch stuff first. Okay, they get around to moving him eventually. I need to make more copper. Okay, what's the current iron ore to iron? We don't need to do that anymore. We have a ton of iron. Let's go ahead and produce a ton of copper for a while. Which means I probably should... Okay, what am I storing in here? Copper ore and iron ore. We have 16 tons of copper ore in here, 0 kilograms of iron. Why did I turn them both on in a single container? I guess just because I did, that's why. Whatever. It'll work. Can somebody please haul this damn hatch? It's set. Ruby apparently is on the way. Maybe. Ruby cannot relocate critter. Reason no pending deliveries. What? There's critters laying right here that need to go. Grab them. Move them. Put them into the pen. Bastards. Do your work. And this one became unstuck because it took them so long that they didn't. They're just not going to haul these guys. What? Can you please haul the damn critters? It's set to 6 critters. There are 3 critters in here. You can grab one and haul him there. Also, why do we have a stone hatch in here all of a sudden? What are they doing? Haul the damn hatch. It should be. No, it isn't. Why did I definitely set it to haul hatches. Why is it set to stone hatches? I don't even want stone hatches. Okay, now they'll haul hatches. Where did they even get that stone hatch? Okay, now they'll haul the hatches. Wrangle that one, please. Thank you. I don't even want stone hatches. Why do we have a damn stone hatch in here? Stone hatches can't eat any of the things that I want them to eat. Can they still reach hatches in here? No. He just died. Okay, now it's at 4 out of 6 critters. What I'd like to know is where that stone hatch came from, though, because he certainly... He must have been a wild one or something they grabbed from somewhere. That doesn't make any sense, because I would have... Whatever, we'll take some rust. Rocketry, building, digging. This guy might be a good one to drop on a new planet or something, but I'm not going to do that for... He's got allergies. He's got increased food morale. Increased germ resistance. You know? This would be duplicate number 10. He doesn't have like huge skill bonuses, but the morale bonuses are what I'm really interested in. We can train him to be better. We're going to print this dude. And he's going to be our future explorer. So we need to get him a bed. And we need to get him a table. We don't have room to put a bed in this room. We're certainly not going to stick him in there with Dread. Because then he would never hear the end of it, so to speak. I guess I do need to do barracks. No. I'm not doing that. Okay, this is insane. I could move this wall over one. I can move these beds all over one that way. I could fit another bed. And then I would just have to block off some more of the ceiling. No, we're not doing that. That is a bridge too far. Where do I want to put more living quarters? We can't go over here because it's cold. We could go above the park. Not sure how much space we actually need here. We're only going to put a couple dupes in it. Probably just one for now, actually. Wait. We have plastic, don't we? We do indeed have plastic. I could make everyone individual bedrooms. And more importantly, I could put everybody's individual bedrooms here with a ladder system here that forces them to go back out through this every time they leave. We'd want to move the toilets and stuff. I think we need to do more research for this. Okay, so transit tubes are stopped because I didn't turn that on. But I was never really that enthused about those in the first place. I mean, I want them, but I'm not incredibly worried about them. Let's see. Is it decor? There we go. Comfy bed, plastic ladder, plastic tile. I want that. So what all do we need for an individual bedroom? Private bedroom. Single comfy bed, no cot. Minimum size 24 tiles. Okay, that's pretty big. Has back wall tiles. No industrial machinery. 2 decor items. Okay, luxury barracks is 1 or more comfy beds, no cots. That's morale plus 2. Okay, 24 tiles. That's not going to be as big as I think it is. One, two, three. And then we can remove some stuff here and put a proper 3-wide shaft through here with ladder, pole, and then what do you want to call them? Let me do 3 tall. We can at least put some people in individual. Okay. This is a total waste of time and resources. But I'm going to build 6 comfy barracks. Or comfy bedrooms. And then cancel, because we don't want doors on that side. These are going to be for the elite of the settlement. Oops. And we're going to cut right through the abyssal light there anyway. Okay. There we go. And I have to order some deconstructions to happen in here. And up there. Go ahead and dig out a little narrow bit across the top so that we can have access to all this to help build it. Go ahead and put mesh tiles across the top to help with airflow. Tiles there. And by the time all this is built, which I'm not going to put any special priority on it. We're going to have to remove all this. Some of this I'm not going to put any special priority on. We have a little thin skin of water on top of the polluted water. I think that's very germy. Very, very germy indeed. We'll put an airlock here. Or actually we'll put an airlock. No, we'll build a solid wall there. And we'll let this airlock alone. Because by the time it's down here, it's germ-free. More or less. But anyway, remove all this. Fire pole. Go ahead and build it with copper ore, because why not? We'll remove this. Nobody uses it anyway half the time. And we'll just make everybody walk back and forth through here, to and from their rooms. Not everybody, but most people. Okay. Airflow the bottom of the rooms. I hopefully won't have to do that as long as I have each end airflowed. Or meshed. But I'm tempted to put some mesh in the bottom of each room. That way if somebody makes a mess, it just dumps down into here and can be cleaned. Think about CO2. It should flow off to the sides. Although, the way I have the mesh on the end walls set up, it should flow out this way and then down here. And then out this way. And then finally out this airflow and who knows where. If it becomes a problem, I can easily redo it. Anyway. Hello, Carlo. Welcome back. Yeah. I think this is small enough rooms that I think it'll just go to the sides. Because I was having problems with CO2 being trapped back in here for some reason. And these solved it. But I think with some amount of air flowing in this way and out that way, it'll be okay. Anyway, I want to put mesh tiles there and there. Fireman pole. Like that. Ladder like that. Oh, and the pole needs to go all the way to the ground, of course. But anyway, it'll be a little while. Colony achievement earned. Oh, really? What'd we get? Replace all the outhouses and wash basins in your colony with lavatories and sinks. Oh, okay. Apparently that was that last wash basin was bad. End quote. Which reminds me, I should check my schedules again. Let's add a new schedule. Because I want schedules that are slightly offset. Okay. And then we have 3 sleep and a bath time. 4 sleep and a bath time. Why do I have 4 sleep? Okay, whatever. Anyway, let's move Turner down there. I want about 4 people on a schedule. Maybe I should have 3 people on a schedule. No, because I want Dredd and her on the same schedule. We'll move Abe down. And we'll move Ruby down. There we got 3 people on a schedule. That'll make sure there's always plenty of room in the bathrooms when they decide to take a bath. Okay. So we're at 10 duplicates. We'll make a new mess table for this new idiot. And then eventually we won't have to do anything about these because we're going to have probably all the named colonists and maybe a few other important ones stuck up here. So if we have Dread, Kirk, Aft, Treebeard, let's see who all is named. Aft, Dread, Kirk, Treebeard, because that's it. Okay, that's it. Yeah, this is just going to be individual rooms for 6 dupes. I should probably boost the priority of this ladder so they actually build it first and nobody gets stuck. This is Mr. Nobody. Dread has gotten stuck a few times today. Like once or thrice. Let's see. This produces 1.3 kilogram a second on average. All right. Okay, they're about 100 and some degrees. Let me see. What's the temperature it's coming out at? 93 degrees. Coming in at 92. Wait, why is it so hot? 92, 93, 93. Wait. Okay, the liquid down here is actually kind of hot because of this is a hot biome. It's still cooler than these generators are, so it's picking up a little bit of heat. And it's not that much hotter than the tank is. But it's not going to be the magical cool we had hoped for. Quite. So if we get 6 people moved up here, assuming I can actually afford to build the beds. Then let's see, we'll be able to remove most of this barracks. And then I'm kind of tempted to put in a... Where should we put the lavatories if I wanted to move them? I'd also be tempted to put them in here and then put a little vertical thing here. And make these guys go up to exit and these guys come down. And put the lavatories here. Do them just above the bedrooms? I could do that too. Put a second set of toilets up here. Or I could put it here. I really should get rid of this composting thing. Because I actually have a use for polluted dirt and stuff like that. I'm gonna also, it makes heat. I'm gonna deconstruct that. This is a full room height right here. Except this section of it. But this area would be big enough to put in... Otto, why are you sleeping on the ground? You're not trapped or anything. Oh yeah, he was trapped right here. Of course. And now he's succeeded in welding himself into a wall. Fool. And now he is holding his breath. That is bad. Priority 9. Dig hole. You idiot. He's going for the Dread Award. Oh. Clothing refashionator. Upgrade snazzy suits into primo garb. Probably not worth it just yet. Comfy bed. Requires 200 units of plastic. Okay, we can afford these, no problem. There we go. What else did we need to make individual nice bedrooms? No cots, minimum size 24 tiles, 2 decor items. Okay. And has back wall. I don't think this counts as back wall, but it might. So I'm not going to build back wall until I know for sure. Worst case, we can put drywall behind them. Also, plastic ladder. Plastic ladder. Let's upgrade the most used sections of ladder to plastic ladder. What was I going to build next? Oh yes, decor items. I could plant some plants in there. Or we could put in some random canvases. Probably light would be a bad idea. Just saying. We'll give everybody a flower. And a boring old hanging pot right here. Need drywall behind, 80% sure. I guess we'll find out. That'll be the last step after everything else is built. I don't think drywall is that expensive. Let me check. No, we can build tons of drywall cheaply. Just zip, 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 done. Provides plus 10 decor. That'll make everybody nice and happy. Anyway, this bed here, I am not going to assign to the new idiot. Congratulations, Dread, you have your first room. And the next room goes to Kirk. Need to disallow Grossman in the nature reserve due to allergies. That is probably an issue. Yes, where is he? Where is that little fool? I'll click on him next time I see him and see what's going on. Plastic ladder, 20% run speed. I should install that everywhere I have ladders. There's Af. Af gets a bedroom as soon as another one is built. Okay. There's Treebeard, who also gets a bedroom soon. Yeah, speaking of named dupes. You want to dupe Colo? We have a few who are not yet used. Quite a few, actually. We have Abe, the operator, who's surprisingly useful around here. We have the new guy, who is going to be sort of an explorer type. We have Pay the Builder. I'm not sure actually how that's pronounced. We have Ruby the Rancher. We have Turner, who's the same thing as Af is going to be, namely, he hauls stuff around. You want the Rancher? Alright. It is no longer Ruby the Rancher, it is now Colo the Rancher. If I can find him. They're around here somewhere. There they are. Alright. Let's see. I'm going to type the whole thing out because I hate myself. W-I-W-I-Z-E-L. Colo Weasel. That is not how that is pronounced. Anyway. So one of these beds will be yours whenever they get finished. I don't want more dupes right now. I just grabbed one a little bit ago. We don't need another one. Okay, Dread is far enough away from everybody. He doesn't wake them up with his thunderous snores. This fire pole here is probably short enough that it wasn't worth building, but luxury, might as well. They don't even bother with it, they just go down the ladder. Oh well. Okay. Is this a luxury barracks? Because it doesn't have the back wall. Alright. We'll build back wall. Or maybe we need to add... We'll just plant some briar. I don't know if these actually count as decorative items until the briar is planted. Guess we'll find out. Okay. Also, why did I build these with gold amalgam? Well, because I wasn't paying attention to materials. Okay, plant more briars. Our farmer will get around to it eventually. I think the farmer would be the one who does this. It's right on the edge of not being too warm for these, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, that'll be fine. Plastic will be delivered eventually. AK, damn you, you better get making these beds quickly. Okay, briar seed, 86 is max temperature. It is 86. Barely. So we are going to need to do some cooling in this place. Luxury barracks, yep. Okay, we need to do back wall. Alright, drywall. What do I have the most of? Granite is probably the best bet here. Yeah, because we have a ton of it. This is going to take a while. Just like a year or two. I'm tempted to put some in the area out here too, just to keep it consistent looking, but I probably won't. Get around to it once your guy gets dry feet. I'm sure that will happen eventually. Okay, drywall builds very quickly, so. It's a bit warm up here. Not as warm as this down here, though, in the mechanical area. Although it's positively chilly down here. It's actually heating up over here again. Maybe we should add some more radiant pipe to the loop here. Well, eventually those will all be finished. And then we will have lots of happy duplicants. Private bedroom. Morale bonus +3. Nice. And to add to that +3, every time they leave, they have to run through here for a beautiful, delicious +6. And then once this is built and a bunch of these people are moved up here, I'm going to tear this all apart. You know, I might just put in, I don't know, I have to think about this. I kind of want to move the bathrooms, but also kind of don't want to move the bathrooms. They're going to be awkwardly out of the way. I only need 4 cots. So we could easily fit a small bedroom back in here that fits everybody who doesn't have their own bedroom up there. No, wait. More than 4. No? That'd be it. Well, in that case, why don't they just build 4 more bedrooms? Probably should. Yeah, we'll see. I was going to check you. Allergic reaction. Attracted by breathing germ-filled oxygen. Stress +15%, sneeziness +10. Okay. He has allergies. So there's floral scent germs around this. Yes, we need to keep him out of here. Okay. Rossman, you may not enter there. Sorry. You have to stay away from the luxury area. No luxury rooms for you. Go eat, you dumbass. We have tons and tons of food. He says before immediately confirming that they do indeed have tons and tons of food. We have starving poke shells because they're too stupid to dumbasses. They're too stupid to eat something that we actually have in stock. I need to get more polluted dirt. We don't really have any good sources of polluted dirt around. We have tons of slime. Um, yeah, we don't really have anything that produces polluted dirt left anymore. If I remember correctly, deodorizers produce polluted dirt, I think, or was it clay? I don't remember. And technically, we would want to build 4 more rooms. But we would need to have one for Mr. Sneezy somewhere else. It looks like Mr. Sneezy took over your old room. So I'm not sure if I'd want to sleep in this room personally. The walls will probably remember the reverberations of the snores and still resound them back. Anyway. Apparently now that I've actually set this up correctly, which I know it was set up correctly in the past, I don't know why it wasn't. I must have messed it up at some point, but anyway. Now that I finally set up correctly, they do auto-wrangle the hatchlings out of here. So that's good. And we have a poke shell spawn just sitting in here. Can I order it murdered? And will they be able to reach it? Probably not, but it's worth a try. Okay. Wait, why can't I change the access permissions? I can. It did it grayed out for some reason. Weird. Okay, so let's set this to sleep only so they don't gather eggs. We allow people through the door. I said... Oh, you went to put it in there. Research complete. That's fine. I need that for a long time. I guess we could just wait long enough for the poke shell to spawn for... I guess we just wait for the poke shell to starve. It'll happen eventually. It's weird that the permissions work, but it's grayed out because it's open. That makes no sense. And we'll deconstruct that because it doesn't have access to normal water anymore. Which is mildly unfortunate. And we'll have to re-enable this so we actually have access to... Dread, why are you sleeping on the floor? And Kirk is sleeping on the floor next to you. There. Damn it. I'm 90% sure I set up right the first time, but I must not have. Well, very obviously I must not have. Yeah, we need to cool this place down some more. Okay. Coming in at 74 degrees. Why is carbon dioxide so hot? Should be a lot colder than that, I thought. Oh, because it's such a tiny amount? Yeah, it's such a tiny amount that it's heating up a lot. Basically, it's not doing anything. Okay. We need to put in a better cooling loop in here that actually cools. Decorating, operatory, rocketry, cooking, decorating. We'll just take the hatchling. And we will order its immediate murder. You killed it! You monsters, you killed it! So how are things going over here? So this geyser is restarted. 70 degrees, coming out at 71. It's not picking up very much temperature through there. As much as I expected. Here, let's follow the line here. It's coming in at 81, leaving at 64. It's picking up 20 degrees to its trip. 68, 69, so it's picking up a little bit going past that. 69, 71, it's picking up a couple degrees here. Picking up barely anything going past the pump. But it's picking up a good solid... Oh, now it's picking up a ton. Okay. Okay. Now it's picking up 40 degrees going past this. So apparently when this thing is actually puffing out steam, it gets very hot indeed. We're going to need to do something about this water. Because we're going to have way too much of it very quickly. I mean, I guess we're going to run it into here and electrolyze a bunch of it, but still. That's only a partial solution. Electrolyzer doesn't use that much. What is the average? 1.5. Maybe actually the electrolyzer would be enough to keep up with it. Because these use... Does it say? It should say somewhere how much it consumes. Okay, fine. Let me look it up. Electrolyzer consumes 1,000 per. So between two of them, we got 2,000 per. Yeah. We will slowly stay ahead of this water as long as we keep the electrolyzers running flat out. Hope that Pip drowns. Come on, Pips are nice. They're cute and fluffy. I hope he drowns too. Well, actually, no, I don't, because I want those Pips. But they are annoying little bastards. We'll deconstruct those two and we'll put in a pitcher pump. Right here. To get rid of this water. Or right there, I guess. We'll get rid of the water on top of this mess so we can get all polluted water in here. Feed them to the fish. Oh, Pips are nice. Okay, Pips are jerks, but Pips are useful. Oh, I need to turn off auto bottle if I'm going to let this pitcher pump be on. Oops. The fish are all fairly happy. They're not crammed or anything. Nobody's repaired this polymer press in a long time. We have 4.9 tons of plastic sitting in front of it. I think I should probably go ahead and upgrade most of my ladders. Okay, like this ladder is an important central artery at the base. The game gets weird if you move while you have your building menu open. Okay. Use up all the plastic. I'd rather not use up all the plastic, however. I do want fast duplicates. So, major base arteries. There, and probably, honestly, some amount of this. Probably should remove these manual airlocks at this point. They used to serve a purpose when there was nothing out here but desolation. But now that this is a critical part of the core of the base, they are holding back some temperature. We'll wait until we have some cooling. Or rather, some more cooling. Let's see. This is coming in at 60 degrees. Coming out at about 70. And dumping into the pool. So that'll cool the pool down some. More importantly, it will slowly cool these machines down. Wow, they're under 100 degrees. That's the first time I saw that in a long time. All right. So we are slowly losing temperature. Or spreading it out is actually more realistic, but anyway. Food is decayed. Good. That can then be moved down to feed the poke shells, who are slowly starving to death. I'm going to go ahead and increase this to 100, like 200 kilograms would be enough. There's more rotten food. We still have tons though. Okay, please feed the poke shells. We're getting polluted dirt from somewhere they're putting in there. So that's good. Okay, so those guys we're just barely producing enough stuff to feed the poke shells. We definitely do not want more poke shells than we have here. Apparently we have multiple poke shells stuffed in there as well. Need to figure out if there's something I can do to kill them more effectively. I just had an idea. Are poke shells one of those creatures that always produce an egg before they die? It doesn't look like it. Okay, so I do want to remove these manual airlocks. Because we have oxygen on both sides, or large amounts of it. They have to be happy to spawn eggs. Yeah. So we're not going to get infinite poke shells slowly building up in here. Truly a terrible tragedy. I would like to figure out a way to get rid of these poke shells, though. I probably shouldn't be dumping. Probably shouldn't be dumping them in my water drowning thing when they can't drown. Oh well, I'll worry about that later. Also, why are these not getting built? Let's boost their priority a bit. We have multiple nice bedrooms and nobody's using them because they haven't been built yet. Okay. That is a pit thing if I ever saw one. Do I mind? I don't think so. I could use some cool up there. It is cooling this off a little bit. I'd kind of rather the Pip had planted it down here more, but this will do. Okay. Go Team Pip, I guess. Looks like they've been planting a bunch of stuff up here. Bastards. While we're at it, I'm going to go ahead and put a ladder there. And then I'm going to deconstruct that mess. Give this a high priority so it gets done sometime. This is too hot. That's a bit of a problem. Are they ever going to build this stuff? It's all priority 5, so the answer is probably no. Things are slowly getting done, though. Looks like we run through all of our pre-prepared. I'm going to go ahead and shut this off. They'll stop producing plastic, but it'll also mean we'll build up some petroleum. And stop making heat up here. It's not too hot, though. We're keeping it under control. Never did check to see what the active period is for this. Active period, 0.3 cycles every 0.5 cycles. In other words, it's never dormant. An eruption period is 600 seconds every 600 seconds. So basically, it just erupts constantly. Oh, what do we have for me to turn down now? Cooking and supplying. Doctoring, building, and decorating. Decorating, doctoring, and supplying. Mouth breather, super hard digging. No. Can't do digging. We'll just take the food. Okay, so that pitcher pump is built. We'll disable that pitcher pump. We'll re-enable auto bottle for this. And we'll continue our mission to get all the water off the top of the polluted water tank. Also, why is this Pip just hanging out down here? Being weird, man. How did it get in there in the first place? Oh, it must have came around the bottom. Through here. Followed the wire channel. Which... I suppose that's as good a reason as any as to why we shouldn't have... Where did he get soggy feet? Oh, there. Where did that even come from? Oh, well. I suppose that's as good a reason of any as why we should remove these airlocks, because you just go down around the bottom, too. This is all pressure. Barely breathable. Okay, we're not getting enough oxygen up there is the problem. Go ahead and put some airflow tiles there. But that's temperature. Yeah. How is the oxygen in the base doing? Not good. That's how it's doing. Okay, I'm going to boost the priority on this stuff because I want these to get done sometime today. Priority 8. Yes. Build all of it. Build it all! Every last bit. Including that. And this. And that. And this. But not that. And that. Leave that alone. Okay, these walls are more decorative than anything else. We'll worry about them later. Order that mopped. Okay. Not sure where this mess came from. All right. Have they got around to building these yet? Yes, they have. Okay. So that'll be Af's room. This will be Kolo's room. That'll be Treebeard's room. And the last one will be assigned to everybody's favorite construction worker, Pei. Leaving Turno, Otto, Gossman, and Abe to cots. Now I almost feel like I should lay out at least 3 more rooms up here for everybody but Gossman and leave him in his little cot room. Although I could increase the size of the cot room slightly because we don't need this manual generator here anymore. Actually, this is the right size already, I think. I could just remove this storage bin. It's currently the clothing storage. I could put the clothing storage like anywhere else where I know where to find it. Build 3 more rooms up here. Put 1 nice room down here for Mr. I can't stand going through the park. And all be well. Tempting. But first we'll focus on the oxygen problem. Once the oxygen problem is solved, which is going to take a while, admittedly. Actually, how much steel do I have? Not enough to build an aqua tuner. Really? Okay, we have 9 tons of iron. We have enough to make 2.2 tons in lime. We have enough refined carbon to last for a while. Make steel. I actually need somebody to come do this job. Yeah. I should put a bottle emptier here and start filling this with water, but I'm going to wait until later for that. That can be done whenever. Did I turn this on to auto bottle? Yes, I did. Okay, so when nobody else is doing anything more important, they will auto bottle water and haul it up there. And eventually we will have nothing but polluted water in the polluted water tank. You know, if you wanted to build a system into a tank like this that filtered non-polluted water out of the polluted water, it would be surprisingly difficult. Or rather expensive. Because the non-polluted water floats on top of the polluted. And so you would almost have to have pumps at every level turning on and off based on where they detect water. Pre-igniter with 2 halberd beams is just brutal. I wouldn't know. I've never gotten anything quite so cool in that game. RNG never liked me when I tried to play that. I keep saying I'm going to deconstruct this. I am finally going to deconstruct this. Also. Okay. Let's just remove all the plumbing that's in this area. Yeah, we'll leave it alone with that. Yeah, I don't know why, but RNG never liked me. It always treated me poorly. I almost won once. I shouldn't say it always treated me bad. I did really well with a, was it a drone ship? I don't think so. I don't remember what kind of build it was, but I almost won once. But I never actually managed to win. And very rarely did I ever manage to see the rubble thing at the end. The poke shells are once again starving. Our vast amounts of food are less vast than they used to be. Oh, that's because most of our meal lights are in here rotting away. Okay. That is acceptable. Did he all... Wow, they eat a lot of rot. Keeping 4 poke shells might be a few too many. I need to figure out a better way to kill poke shells. Yeah. Anyway. Progress is slowly being made on this. They finally got this whole area done. Draco. Please. Well. I guess I hope the Draco likes it in there. I was hoping I could let people out without suits, but if they go anywhere close to any of this water, basically if they go through any of these doors, they're kind of screwed. They're extremely hot. Let's put in the missing tiles for the heat exchanger. There are ladders down here. They should be able to get down to there and build the insulation underneath it. I think I'm going to leave the water. I'm just going to leave the water in here, flowing around the metal tiles in the heat exchanger. New printables. Choose blueprint. If I take a poke shell, I'm going to order him murdered immediately. Operating, digging, researching. He's narcoleptic, though. Yeah, no, we'll just take the poke shell. Murder! Speaking of which, poke shell malt to lime. Do forever. Small poke shell malt to lime. Do forever. Okay, this thing exists to make lime for me. Okay, I can't even blame this one on Dread this time. There. Stuck again. And again, and again, and again. Being stuck is a fact of life, apparently. It's just part of the duplicate condition. Who is engaging in combat? Oh, somebody is murdering that little bookshelf. No, you killed it. Free lime. Speaking of free lime, somebody needs to deliver more lime here. How much steel do we have? Which one of these is the steel one? That's the iron one, 8 tons. 2.3 tons of steel. Okay, does that mean we can finally build an aqua tuner? Yes, we can. Hell yes. And we're surprisingly close to being able to build 2 aqua tuners, which is what I ultimately want to do here. Okay, if I build one aqua tuner here and I build a second aqua tuner there, do I actually want 2 aqua tuners? I want more room between them, but I do want 2 aqua tuners. Because I can put a liquid sensor here, and a liquid sensor here, or here actually, and then measure what the temperature is going into the first aqua tuner, and then try to feed it into this. Too screwed. I don't need 2 aqua tuners. Now, if I do need 2 aqua tuners, I can just open this up and fix it. So I build a single aqua tuner. I will take insulated liquid pipe made with igneous rock, which we have available again. Yay. Let me think about this for a second. Somewhere around here. Okay, the gas is going this way, so the liquid has to come this way. I was building that the wrong way in the first place. This is the liquid input. Yes. I was going to build that wrong. Oops. Okay, we'll have to hook these up later. And then from this side, this is the input side. Oh, the output also needs to run past this. I guess we could run the input past it as long as it's... It'll probably be cold enough. I need to put in a liquid reservoir, which we'll put right here. Okay. I need to put in an insulated pipe to there, where we'll put a liquid vent. So that's the return tube. Let's make a slight change here. There. We'll put a bridge there. That way I can run a radiant liquid pipe made of copper across the back of this. And then we take an insulated liquid pipe. I'm doing this wrong again, aren't I? Plumbing. Radiant. Boom. Boom. Okay. Now if I take insulated... Oh, wait, I forgot. This is... No, I'm being an idiot. They don't overwrite it when it's... The rules for building plumbing, so you don't overwrite it with the wrong kind of pipe when you're building with multiple kinds of pipe, is annoying as heck. Because if it's blueprints, they won't overwrite it. But if it's built pipes, then they will overwrite it. I can kind of understand how they arrive at those blueprints, how they arrive at those, not blueprints, but how they arrive at those patterns. But it is not fun. Okay, now we need to take a liquid bridge. Because we want to keep it circulating even if it starts getting cold. So if we do like this... I mean, even if this is shut off, we want to keep it circulating. We take an insulated pipe, we run it to there. Better check to see how I did it up here. Okay. So this is we can't just run this like that. It needs to be... we're going to dig away some of this abyssal light. Because it needs to be like this. And then the insulated pipe here needs to go like that. So that these two run together in the same tile. Otherwise, it'll run one off here, one off there, one off. So it needs to have some priority. Fun and games. Okay. I think this will work. It has the minor issue that okay, this will work. It has the minor issue of it's the hot side liquid going past the steam engine. Also, there's nowhere to put the temperature sensor. Okay. Give me a moment here. Don't want the water to go the other way. The water should be going this way. The gas should be going that way. So they're going to be going opposite directions. This is the output. It goes this way, goes across that way, goes up into here, past that. This is kind of a big temperature battery equalizer sort of thing. I'm going to move this stuff over a tile. Like that. Also, it's extremely annoying how they make it hard to delete this without leaving this mode. But anyway. It's useful sometimes and annoying others. Then we will take... Cancel that. Leave that. Plumbing. Insulated pipe. Boom. Boom. And this will allow us to put a thermal sensor right here. Yeah, that's fine. And run a bit of automation wire to that. So we can shut the auto tuner on and off as it gets, if it keep it from getting too cold. All right. Am I missing any other considerations? I don't think so. The only weirdness is that we have the steam turbine cooling on the hot side of the end of the loop, so it comes out of the heat exchanger and then goes to cool the steam turbine. That'll be fine. There's no probably about it. It will be fine. Let's clear that crap away. Last time I started the steam engine, I had random gases in there. And then I ended up with a bunch of dirt anyway, despite all my effort to get rid of it. Why do I have sandstone in here? That's weird. Oh well. This time, I'm not going to bother getting any of the gases out. I'm just going to dump a bunch of water in and call it a day. I really don't like how the outputs are green and the inputs are white. Because my brain likes to think, oh, green, input. As well. And that is a problem. Okay. There we go. That will allow us to send clean water to this tank if we want to. Which we do eventually want to. Okay, so this is the heat exchanger. It just needs to be built now. And then we need to fill this up with water, which we will do with the assistance of a bottle emptier. And once we've emptied a bunch of bottles in it, we will build insulated tile probably right here. Maybe over here. Oh. And then we'll be able to turn it on. And at some point in the distant future, I might want to build insulated tiles across the top of the heat exchanger too, but for now we're going to leave it open on the top. We're going to want to run the steam turbine for a while. Oh, I need to get coolant for the... I just had a possibly terrible idea. How cold can petroleum get? This has no petroleum in it. I thought I closed this valve a long time ago. No, I didn't, because nobody ever closed it. Damn you, bastards. Go close the valve and stop making plastic. I should, instead of using these liquid valves, I should use the liquid shutoffs and signal switches, because they're instant for stuff like this, but normally you'd expect dupes to eventually get around to flipping the switch. I kind of want to be super extra and put petroleum. I'm not sure if petroleum makes a better coolant though. I know you idiots are really desperate to get that last little bit of stuff out of there. It's probably a bad idea though, just saying. Okay, they finally shut that off. So we can gain a little bit of petroleum in the system next time the oil refinery runs. Okay. I want to check some stuff. Liquid pipe. I would like to see the properties of petroleum. Thank you. Okay, fine. I can just check it here. Okay. Negative 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I think we can probably be careful not to get quite that cold. What I really wanted to know, specific heat is 0.9. Okay, that's probably not nearly as good as using polluted water then. Polluted water, specific heat is 2.3. Okay, yeah, we don't want to use petroleum as a coolant except for cases where it has to be really hot, which this is not going to get really hot. Be more worried about it getting really cold. Alright, we'll just use polluted water as the coolant. So where would be the best place to grab a pipe full of polluted water? Right here, probably? There we go. We can put the filler bridge there. Would you people stop going into that room? Admittedly, you do have almost all the rock out of there. Hopefully you won't go in there anymore after a bit. Yeah. Petroleum, I did have to use petroleum in my metal refinery. That's what caused most of this dirt, is because initially I was dumbass and polluted water in there without thinking about it, the implications. And of course it all immediately went poof. But anyway. Since then it has been replaced with petroleum and it's been running fine ever since. Yes, we are having O2 issues. How did you guess? Let's re-enable this building. This area over here is really breathable, though. That's why we're focusing on this, though. Because this all needs to get built so I can start spewing O2 out through there. Also, that needs to get mopped. Because if I can start blowing O2, cold O2, out here, or over here, or just anywhere down here, then, and I'll eventually be able to run pipes over here and blow cold O2 up through my existing O2 system. I'll probably take one pipe. We're going to have two pipes out. I'll probably put one pipe up through here and just spew O2 out in this area somewhere. Wherever I can take it without getting too much in the way of the existing gas pipes, which I guess is nowhere. We can just bubble O2 out here at the bottom and let it fill the whole area up here slowly. And the other pipe will probably go through here and then bubble out or get fed into these pipes that come from the existing system. Or run parallel to these pipes, actually. Yeah, we'll need to run another gas pipe up through here. Do you finally have everything out of there? It looks like it. Okay. That'll teach me not to sweep a hot area before I let dupes in. Also, I need to get this going so we can start sucking this water out before we start running into trouble with too much water. I don't think I'm going to worry about disallowing access. They should have no reason to go in there. And if they ever do have a reason to get in there, go ahead, I guess. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I will disallow access. There's no reason for them to go in there, so let's just make sure they don't. Getting all this built. Top priority. I should make some of this 9, probably. This is all high priority as well. Because that's going to be for filling the coolant. We need to make this top priority because I want to start dumping water in. That's going to be a long, laborious process. Because I can't let anybody in here without an environment suit. Because it's... Actually, it's pretty reasonable temperature. Until you hit the water right here. But going out through here would be way too hot. I probably should build another environment suit. How much? Okay, we have plenty of reed fiber. We'll make 2 more oxygen suits. Or Atmos suits. Wort seed. I'm not even gonna look at the dupes. And let's build 2 more Atmos suit docks. With copper, because I have a reasonable amount of that at the moment. This will speed things up a lot. Boom. We will actually make these priority 9. Yeah. I did order them to open this door to let him out. But I hope he enjoys... I think Drekos enjoy relatively warm hydrogen, so... Maybe he'll like it in there. The Atmosuits need power? Yes, they do. And they also need to be delivered. Do it now, damn it. Okay, that'll double our workforce down here, which will help a lot. So next time some idiot comes down just to do some simple, boring task. Okay, water. Enable auto bottle. Why am I doing it that way? We have a pump right here. We have water pipe coming up right through here. We can just run a water pipe right like this. And dump as much as we want right in here. Disable auto bottle. Deconstruct. We'll leave it priority 5 because who cares. Plumbing, liquid pipe. Okay, this is the feeder pipe for filling the coolant loop. That's going to be the fun and exciting, nasty stuff. Okay, we'll leave that priority 5 because this is a lower priority. And to get this to connect, we're going to have to select insulated pipe and boom. There we go. That needs power as well. We're going to have to use conductive wire. That's 1200 watts. Okay, how much is on this conductive wire right now? 1600 watts. Okay, so we're going to have to do this on a whole separate circuit, maybe. This will run off 2000, no problem. This we're going to have to do heavy watt wire and then conductive wire over to that. Here, heavy watt. We have heavy watt available nearby. We're going to have to do a conductive wire bridge to get through there. Okay. We're going to need 2. I'll put this mess. I might just dig into the Abyssalite and make room for it here. But we're going to need 2 separate. I wish there was a power transformer that did a little lower wattage. I guess we could just run heavy watt straight. No, we couldn't because we'd have to go through this. I don't want to go through that. So either we need to build 2 small or 1 large power transformer. Both choices are kind of poop. Also, is this transformer connected to the conductive wire? Oh yeah, because I didn't want to build conductive wire all the way down there. Of course. Okay, let me think about this. I think we'll just build 2 normal power transformers. And then we'll take some conductive wire. Boom. And we'll take heavy watt. Like that. Except we can't do that here. Actually, we can. We just need to do it a little differently. No, we can't. Okay. We have to deconstruct that. And we have to deconstruct that. And then in those places, we're going to build conductive wire bridge. Boom. And boom. Okay. How are those atmosuits coming along? They are not delivered yet, although the docks are almost full. They are not delivered yet because nobody's made them. Let's set the priority up a little higher. We were hardly ever doing anything there, so. Whoever eventually gets around to doing that will hopefully do it soon. Let's see. Yeah, we just need to wait for all this stuff to get built. Then we can run the heavy watt across there. We need to build this last bridge here to start. Actually, let me do some priority funding games here. I kind of want this to be a priority 9 job. Because if I can get them to fill this storage thing before they actually get around to building this last little bit, and so the loop gets filled, or the storage gets filled before the loop even gets started, then we can disconnect that early. We'll set this to priority 1 just in case. I don't want them to... I would like to fill the storage before the loop fills. If that makes any sense. Because when the loop's filled, when the storage is filled, I can just disconnect this and let it go. And we'll have plenty enough to fill the whole loop out of the storage without having it that much empty. Okay, are they finally working? Number 2 on Kirk's list. But it should be number 1 on Abe's list once he wakes up. Yeah. Okay. Okay, apparently even with no longer growing plants, they still count as. That's good. Slow but steady progress being made on eliminating the last of the water in the polluted water tank. Or at least eliminating most of it. That pipe needs to get done quickly, please. We need that to fill the steam engine. This is going to be interesting. Because when this gets hooked up, and this gets built, and we actually start filling this area underneath the steam engine, I'm going to need to shut this off in a hurry before it gets too full. Actually, I don't know if too full's going to be seriously an issue. Because even if it's overpressure and start blowing out through the tiles, they should be able to just come along and repair the tiles from the outside. What matters is that the pipes and stuff inside don't get damaged. Speaking of which, we're going to be putting polluted water in this, so we want it to be 25 degrees. We could go lower than that, but we don't need to. They've installed the first wire bridge. They have not removed the conductive wire behind it, though. That needs to be high priority, so I don't accidentally screw things up when I need to go in there and build. We do indeed have suits for everything now. Which means more work is getting done, because Abe can now go run the metal refinery. Okay. Need another ladder? They should be able to get across here. If this is what you meant by down there. For this, they can cross there. And they should be able to get everywhere. Get to that lower pipe. Oh, this pipe. You might be right. No, it says it's reachable. This is unreachable, but that's just because they haven't built this stuff yet. These are all reachable. These are all reachable. That says it's unreachable. Okay. Put that there. That should solve everything. Actually, they should be able to build that from inside, standing over here. Who knows? We'll uproot that so we can build some insulating stuff in there. Okay. Oh, you mean this bottom pipe? Oh, it says that's reachable too. They should be able to just stand here and reach. I'm gonna set that to emergency priority. Okay, it is the current errand of a bunch of people. Like half the settlement is headed this way, apparently. Hopefully idiots work on other things while you're down here. Now, they can just barely reach it. And indeed, apparently they are delivering to other things as well. Hey, build the damn thing. Needs 59 kilograms of Igneous rock. Now, I wonder if the devs ever sat down and actually thought for a second about some of the amounts they were requiring to build things. Because a lot of this stuff requires 400 kilograms. That's like 800 pounds of material. Actually, more than 800 pounds by a good bit. It's surprisingly close to half a ton. Or not half a ton. Fungal spore. Sure, why not? I don't think I want any of the rest of these. They don't jump out at me as immediately super interesting. Anyway, this isn't going to vent anyway because the liquid is full up to the top, which I knew. But eventually this will slowly drain because the electrolyzers, when they actually start running, which will be someday. I need to do something with the oh, what'd I say? We need 3. Probably better be at these building. Because without these building, I am going to want to run the cooling loop for a while without the electrolyzers running to get the thing nice and cold before we start feeding in hot gas. Well, before I can run the electrolyzer, we do need a way to get rid of the hydrogen. So we are going to have to build hydrogen generators, 3 of them. Might as well put them right beneath this area. We'll just use some insulated tile around them. Oops. Like that. Sure the floor of the tank is finished first. You know, I don't mind if some of that drains. Everybody who comes down here has to be in atmosphere suits. I'm fine if some of this drains away, because we're just going to pump it up from the bottom here anyway. This is, honestly, before we actually start building in here, we'll need to finish it, but that's fine. They'll get around to that, hopefully. Especially since this is going to be a default priority of 5, aka never do it ever. Oh. Power. Heavy watt wire. Boom. Okay, we just need to build that bridge. We won't be able to backfeed the main grid with any of the stuff down here, as currently configured. Although I am going to probably just run heavy watt over there. The hydrogen generator has its thing on the bottom. Yeah. Let's go ahead and prepare it so that we can backfeed the hydrogen generators onto the bridge. Okay. We're going to want to run this heavy watt across. 3 hydrogen generators go in here. They'll just run straight time because their job is to get rid of stuff. Same as the steam turbine. Honestly, look at the power net again. Probably should put the steam turbine on the heavy watt too. But then we're going to need to put in a second transformer up here, which is not the end of the world. You know what? Screw it. We're doing that. We're doing it the way I should have done it from the start. Cancel build. Deconstruct those 2. Copy heavy watt. Boom. There. You always feed all the generators onto the grid, and you always pull everything else off the grid. At least that's how I've been doing it. Okay, and then we can put a second transformer up here to get 2,000 watts onto this conductive wire, which is its max load. Yeah. We got that. This is all handled. That'll be replaced. Alright. Once this bridge is built, or more correctly, this wire underneath the bridge is removed, we'll run more heavy watt across. We have exactly room for 3 of those in. Let's run the heavy watt over to the bridge. Set this to a level 9 deconstruction order so they actually do it someday. Okay, I'm much happier with this grid. This is still, for all that this was relatively carefully planned, it's still a bit of a disaster. I really hope this heat exchanger works the way I want it to, with the water in it, because if it doesn't work with the water in it, then we're going to have exciting time getting that handled. Really low on food? Oh, so I am. That might very well be an issue. Okay, there is a little bit of sleet wheat here that we can dig out of its hole. There's a bit of stuff up here that we can get out by building a extremely high priority ladder. Other than that, this cold biome is pretty exploited. Now, let's check on the other cold biome. The sleet wheat is just simple, easy food. We have some polluted dirt over here that we can use to feed our creatures. So we get access to that. Outside of that, this really didn't have anything in it that wasn't exploited already anyway. Okay. We should have tons of mealwood available to eat. But we have been feeding mealwood to these stupid hatches in the hopes that it would rot. Also, I think I told them to stop making pickled meals, so. Alright. You little scum can stop eating meal lice. Which everybody is going to then gather up and haul over here. That should at least temporarily resolve our food problems. We're going to want to do something a little bit more permanent, though. We need to do something about these poke shells to kill them faster. It takes way too long. Because we can't just drown them. They apparently get hungry, but I don't know if they will actually starve in any reasonable amount of time. Yeah. They're losing minus 20 kcal per cycle. That's going to take a very long time before they starve. And it's going to take even longer before they die of old age. So we need to figure out a way to kill these poke shells faster. Preferably by not dropping them in here. Okay, first of all, poke shells don't produce food anyway, though, so why do I care? We'll just let them die in their own sweet time and get the lime out of it. They don't eat meat, so they don't matter. Except in so much as I have a ton of poke shells and I would rather had less. Yeah, we're just gonna have to eat meal lice for a while. Mix it in with the other foods. We'll keep feeding the hatch. Let me see. I think we're feeding them sandstone. Yeah. We'll just keep feeding the hatch sandstone for now. Okay. How's the oxygen going? Not great. Like, really, really not great. I thought I enabled this. I enabled this one. We're gonna have to go dig some algae out just so we can have some oxygen. We'll dig this out, which gives a bunch of slime, gold amalgam, crap like that, but also a little bit of algae. Sorry, Dread. You're gonna get slime lung. But the good news is we have some algae now. So oxygen. Yay! Also, if I can get this water off the top of this, then hopefully it'll start bubbling polluted oxygen out. And our deodorizers here can handle that. It is off-gassing a little bit. We have just a really thin, almost invisible skin of water on top of this. There's a bit of polluted oxygen trapped up on top of this carbon dioxide dome. I can puncture a hole here in the top of it and let that bubble out. That, I doubt, would be enough to really make a big difference. Plus, it's polluted and annoying. We do still have deodorizers in the main base that I never removed because they weren't making a big difference. It looked like they shut down, and so I was like, okay, big deal. We have water on top of this one as well. That's the legacy of the gulpfish. Also, the deodorizer that was up here is gone, so... let's set that back to auto mode, because I don't want polluted oxygen running out in the main base. Especially not germy polluted oxygen. Let's boost the priority on the oxygen diffusers. I highly doubt we're going to run out of oxygen. It's just that this electrolyzer is not enough to run the whole base. Everybody will be able to get a little bit here and there. And every time they come over here, this is still producing oxygen. Okay, it's not producing very much oxygen. Really? This is why I wish I had fans, because I like to push all the oxygen up. Poke shells are apparently shit critters for ranch. Well, I believe it. They're certainly being extremely annoying. They eat weird things that's hard to actually get a hold of. Namely, they eat all my polluted dirt. And they also eat all my rotten food, which if I had a lot of rotten food, that'd be okay, but I don't. I was trying to deliberately rot some food to keep them alive, but... Let's wrangle this idiot. They managed to barely not starve most of the time. I probably should have less than 4 critters in here and just kill the rest of them. What? I'm gonna do 2. You. Boom. Kill him. Also, which one of you is the most starved? This one's the starving one. Okay. Kill him! And do it now! This one can wait. Oh, there's a pep. What a pip seed, anyway. The arbor tree and thimbleweed. Okay. Well, I'm not sure where, if any, they'd be getting that, but... Apparently, as long as they're not tame, they don't have to actually eat. Good to know. The only way other than starvation you could find is to use molten metal to kill them. Well, that's not going to happen. We'll just let them sit over here till they starve. I did already set this up to grab... Yeah, I did. Okay. Poor Dread has slime lung. But hey, the oxygen diffusers are working now. So the base is slightly less not oxygenated. But we need to get this going. Top priority. Priority 9, all of this. This has to be built. That has to be built. This has to be built. That has to be built. This is already built. Technically, I could probably run this if I could only do something with the... Yeah. Oh, I forgot to build this liquid bridge up here. Oops. Priority 9. Why is no one killing this blasted poke shell? What? Whatever. They get around to it wherever, eventually. Like to file a formal complaint, you're severely lacking in slave labor. Well, if you want a dupe survey, let's see, who do we have left? We have Abe the operator. We have Grossman, who is eventually going to be a sort of combination constructing, digging, and rocket piloting dude that I might send off to another planet. Although right now he's pretty useless. I might as well get him a couple points each in construction. We have Otto, the scientist. We have Pei the builder. I assume that's how they pronounce that. And we have Turner, who is just kind of a supply hauler. I don't think he's going to get any other... So, those are the choices. Turner, Pei, Otto, Grossman, or Abe. And Dread thinks Pei is the best. Well, after you, of course. Yeah. But anyway. I need to give Abe a brain scrub, because he shouldn't have either of these skills. But I'm going to give him those for a little bit more strength. Let's see. F, I think, has everything I want him to have. You could take improved carrying. Your morale's a little low. Missing strings, duplicants, modifier, private room name. Nice. Nature reserve, standard meal. Yeah. Half's morale is really high for some... Why? Got a private room. Good meal, great hall, nature reserve. Interested skills learned, washroom, 3-shift break. He doesn't really have a reason for having good meal, maybe. He does get 4 more from that, but still. 34 versus everybody else's around 20. Anyway. Once you decide what you want, survey. Tell me their name. Or, well, tell me which one. They're going to be named survey. We'll take the coal. App gets a bonus morale for his learned skills. True. But is that really enough of a bonus? Guess it must be. You can go survey useless pilot. Okay. Where is Gossman? I think that was who. Here, let me look at skills, I'm sure. Or was it Turner? No, Turner's a hauler. It's Gossman who's going to be the pilot someday. We'll give him the super hard digging hat. Actually, Dread. No, I can't give you that. Not with everything else. But I can change your hat to the super duper hard digging hat, which is fancier. Okay. Gossman also has the little problem of having allergies. So, unfortunately, you don't have a fancy bedroom. Okay. We now have a survey. However, while everybody else has their fancy bedrooms up here, Gossman was going to get his fancy bedroom down here. Despite what it looks like, this is the same size room here as these. The problem is that if you go through the park here, you get the sneezes. So, currently you have a cot, but whenever we have less of an oxygen emergency, I'm going to build a fancy bedroom here too. Assuming I remember, so don't let me forget. Now though, all hands on deck have to be focused on getting this oxygen setup running. Speaking of which, we're going to need to put gas pipes in here too. Anything that can be done outside of the standard area, or not standard area, but anything that can be done outside of this area can be done without suits, and therefore is much easier to do, so we'll dig this bypass first. Eventually one of these pipes is going to vent. Probably right in here somewhere, maybe. And I'll have to dig out a wider path. Actually, let's order that right now. Boom. Boom. We'll vent it somewhere in this vicinity. And the other one will go out here and vent. Oh, who knows? Somewhere around here. Probably dig out this shaft wider too and just vent it at the bottom and let it dribble up. Got an early morning, so you're off to bed? Well, see you later. Hopefully you don't end up like poor Kirk and die of something. Because you may have noticed we have Kirk Maximus II. Alas, poor Kirk 1 didn't last very long. Okay, so things are getting built. Why is this not pulling? Oh, now it's pulling. Okay, they must have just finished it, because now the polluted water for the loop is coming in. The aqua tuner is going to run a little bit. And get quite hot. It's 112 degrees. Okay, so it's not too bad. This is 125 degree water, but hopefully it'll be okay. Okay, so we're filling up on the liquid reservoir. Food is decayed, a bit of meal lice. That's fine. We are pumping out of the bottom of this, which is theoretically bad, but we've been filling it for a while now, so we're good. That Dreco really needs to get his ass out of there if he doesn't want to die inside, but he'll be fine, I guess. These electrolyzers are actually trying to run a little bit, but we don't have the pumps going yet, so... let's just leave that in auto. The Dreco can just be happy in there forever and ever, amen. Because I'm not going to do anything special to let him out. Yeah. We're a couple gas vents away from being able to run the electrolyzers. Not very well. Yeah, the oxygen diffusers helped for a little bit. And then not long after that, quit. We need to get these gas pipes moving in the right direction. Okay, how do I want to run these gas pipes? Like that. Okay, you can go up here. Boom. We'll just spew oxygen out there for now. That's not a long-term solution, by the way. And for this one, we can go up there to here. And then why am I doing that? We'll just dump oxygen like right out here in the middle of nowhere for now. Yeah, that'll be good. Or it'll work anyway. And a gas vent there. These are non-ideal places to be oxygenating the base. I would ideally like to have a big thing going down the middle, but that can be worried about later. For now, it's just oxygen into the base. That is all that matters. Okay, we're a couple insulated tiles away from... We'll give those emergency priority. Because while I don't mind a bit of water down here, there we go. I do need some up here for the oxygenators. I mean, well, we do have a pump for that. Speaking of which, deconstruct that liquid bridge and make it a top priority. By the time we get around to doing that, the liquid reservoir will be full. The heat exchanger is functional, sort of. We just need to actually fill this, which we're doing externally, so let's go ahead and put in an insulated tile right there. Make that a top priority. We're so close to turning this system on. We just need to get the fresh water into here. And then close this up. We have the coolant loop built. Okay. This turned out to not be needed after all, so we're just gonna not build it. This little bit of the coolant loop is all that's left to build of that. These insulated tiles, which are more cosmetic than anything, need to be built at some point. Let me check. We have some heavy watt wire that needs to be built through there. Okay. After that's done, that'll be the whole power network. Oh, did I never... Yes, I never did. Boom. Okay, those all need to be hooked up as well. So close. All the red 9s over here. And those few red 9s there. That's just the stuff that has to be done before this can run. Some of it can run before that. And this, of course, has to be done. So I'll give these an 8 priority. There. That means hopefully they'll work on this before they get around to doing other worthless stuff. Got a bit of an oxygen problem. We're still sucking up enough oxygen up here to keep the Atmos suits going. It's still breathable, it's just not very breathable. It's not a dire emergency. Okay. We're dumping in water finally. Which does make this a dire emergency now. Wait. What's going on with the... Oh, okay, just a couple pieces of conductive wire. They don't go anywhere or do anything. Alright. It is 11:15. Damn it, I want to see this system run before I quit. Fine. Fine, fine. I guess we'll go a little late. Can hold open the door that, well, O2'd rooms. Some can leak out the other areas of the base. It is... It used to be an airlock there, but I replaced it with a pneumatic door eventually. So it is leaking out through there. And it's not as well O2'd as it used to be either. Largely because we're sucking a lot of the oxygen out of the top to go into the Atmos suits, but even so. It could be better O2'd than it is. Okay, we're at 270-some kilograms of water in here. That's probably sufficient. I don't remember how much I put in last time, but I don't think it was actually that much. So let's deconstruct this liquid bridge and make it an emergency. And we have new printables. I don't want any dupes right now, so we'll take sandstone. Very valuable. Okay, so we've stopped filling this. We'll add the last insulated tile. Now, we're just a few pipes over here away from running the loop in cooling mode. And we're starting to feed stuff into the hydrogen generators, which are being damaged by it because it's not hydrogen. But once we get rid of all the oxygen that's up here, I should probably have vacuumed the room out before I hooked this up. Somebody come repair the generator before it breaks, please. Thank you. Also, this is kind of an emergency now that they've got a couple pipes away from... I'm just going to let the chlorine and other crap in here be there. And they will all go away on their own eventually anyway. The steam turbine will suck it up. Okay. We need to stop producing oxygen if we want this to work. Or rather, we need to suck the oxygen out. Okay, let's just shut this off for now. Wait, why aren't you shutting off? Okay. There, we'll just shut it off. We'll have to remember I need to set that properly later. Okay, so this is blocked up. That pipe should be built soon. We have 300 and some kilos of water in each tile. That's a couple tons of water in here. That should be good. Steam engine's ready to go as soon as the loop starts. I did not set this. Yes, I did set that. Okay. So this won't get too cold. It'll get down to below freezing for normal water, but not to below freezing for... so we could get ice in here, but I'm not worried about that. We'll set this back on priority like 6 or so. This one needs to get built at some point. We need to actually start shoving water out of, or start shoving air out of this before we can actually get this running. Okay. Emergency priority. Build that quickly, please. That's the only thing that really matters. That'll start the aqua tuner. Yes. Okay. Now this place is going to start getting cold. It's coming out of there at 100 and some degrees. Coming in at 58. Coming out of the storage at 80 degrees. Going past the steam turbine. This isn't hot yet, so it doesn't really matter. It's going to take it a while to get steam going. And when it does, we're going to have problems with our gases in there, but 60 degrees out this side, 111 out this side. It's currently just cooling the water that's around the area. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Mellow Toad. Greatly appreciated. Okay. 66 degrees in, 113 out. That'll slowly change as the water cools in the area, which it will eventually. But really the intended purpose of this loop is not to cool the water around it. It's nice if it does, but that's not the intended purpose. The intended purpose is to cool the air that'll start flowing out, which the air has started flowing out. We're pumping 100 degree oxygen into our base right now. I can only hope that this starts to cool more than that eventually. Okay, so it's entering at 131 degrees and coming out at 129. What? It's spending too much time in this really hot liquid. I should have run the system for a while longer. Well, we need the oxygen more than we need the cool at the moment, but this is bad. Okay, we can set this back up properly. If ambient temperature is above 250 grams, then pump. And that should get the hydrogen generators to run. Although they will get a little bit of oxygen still. We have a little bit to purge. Okay, we purged the last of the oxygen. Should now be fine. I would prefer if nobody entered these doors. The bottom one, they can go in now. I don't care. The top one, I don't want them messing up my hydrogen. Yeah, so these things are able to drain enough O2 to actually pull a bit of a vacuum on the bottom, which is cool. And we're still not quite getting steam yet. Still 140 degrees down here. These tiles are still piping hot. Okay, this is... We should have let this run for quite a while before we started pumping oxygen through it. Because right now, we're going to have hotter than blazes oxygen all over through the base. It's coming out at like 80 some degrees. That's only because it's losing a lot of temperature on the way. On the bright side, That was enough to push the base to breathable quite quickly. This is a bad place to put this vent because there's very little actual room for air to circulate up through that hole. But I should replace these gates with nothing, probably. And that would help a lot by letting it... Really, this is intended to be a machinery area and not intended to be a major part of the base, except it turned into a major part of the base. Now, I would like to be able to turn the gas off. Unfortunately, I didn't design around that. I'd like to be able to turn the gas off so that I can let this area cool. It's entering at 136 degrees. 133 degrees. Okay. Let's deconstruct those two. What do we have in the way of options for valves? Just these, which I assume work exactly the same as the... Okay, build those, please. Oh, we're getting overheat damage. Oh, I built this thing out of... What? I built it out of... I didn't know you could build a thermal aqua tuner out of copper ore. I thought it... How did I not build it out of steam? Damn it, what the... Okay, fine, whatever. We need to shut off the loop. And quickly. Because we're going to have to open this up and let the steam out. Let's see. I made... Okay, this is weird. I made double sure that I had enough steel to build this when I went to build it. Okay, deconstruct that. Emergency priority. I made absolutely sure I had steel to build this with. Okay, so that's off now. Thank goodness. We'll let the steam engine... Okay, the steam engine is done. We're going to have to open this room up. We're going to have to get in there. Then we'll have to refill with water, which I don't think I removed the lines I used for that. No, we can just put another bridge back in and fill it back up with water again. Rebuild this with actual right thing. On the negative side, okay, on the positive side, it is a very good thing we were to turn that off because the cooler isn't running now. Okay, well, we pumped enough oxygen in here that we're good for a little while. Because it's not like we're not producing any oxygen. We do have 2 other electrolyzers. Goodbye, thermal aqua tuner. Hello to brand new, definitely made out of steel this time, thermal aqua tuner. That is correct. That is correct. I'm almost tempted to build a second one. But no, that'd be too much effort. We're not doing that. Okay, can I mop up that? Yes, please. Do that. Emergency priority, please. We don't want this polluted water getting anywhere even slightly close to the inside of this, or I will be extremely displeased. Okay. Now, we still have a bunch of steam in here. Let's Go ahead and build insulated tiles. Boom, boom. Top priority. Dope. Cancel. Aqua tuner first. There. 8 hours and this colony has grown into a city. Hello, Kirk. Let's see. Do you notice anything different about your character? Don't worry, there's nothing different. He's perfectly normal. Nothing happened to Kirk 1. He is named Kirk Maximus 2 for no particular reason at all. And I totally didn't have to hunt up another cook. Okay, insulated tiles. There we go. I'm abusing that emergency thing like crazy, but that's because I am impatient. Anyway. Old Kirk Maximus 1, during the construction of this thing, managed to get into the bottom of it and walled himself off. And before rescue could make it in, he ran out of oxygen and died. I thought later that, oh yeah, I could have had him dig out the side and escape his own self. But then I realized that actually wouldn't have worked because the whole area was carbon dioxide anyway, and he wouldn't be able to make it to safety before the oxygen came in from above. Because this wasn't like this at the time. It was a lot more closed and yeah. Anyway. He succeeded in getting trapped and running out of oxygen when rescue was literally like 2 tiles away. Okay, these have all been set to 0 because we don't actually want gas flowing through there right now. I want to run the steam engine for a while first. I think I'm going to let a little more liquid in than I did last time. Get it to like, I don't know. Let it get to like 300 or 400. Also, why are you damaged? And why are you damaged? Oh, did it get steam leakage and get it way too hot or something? We'll get those repaired quickly. Just as bad as Zaf at getting my friends killed? Maybe. No, the answer is no. I never get anybody killed. It didn't happen. There we go. Better mop up that too. Mop, fools, mop. We have you on video. You didn't see anything. And nobody else saw anything either. Okay, so we just need to build a single tile of insulated pipe. And the system should start back up. You saw nothing? Exactly, Colo, exactly. They don't know what they're talking about. Okay. So I need to get this area cool. It's unfortunate it's got this giant pile of water here, but eventually when it gets cold, this will help instead of hurt. Yeah, I didn't really intend to have a giant pile of water here, but it just kind of happened. And we don't really have any other better place to go with it at the moment, so we'll just put up with it. And the aqua tuner is running. We have 88-degree water running through. It's going to take it a while to cool this off. It's going to take it a while for the steam generator to start. Not that it really matters, because we don't really need it. Except to delete heat. We don't need the power from it. Hydrogen generators. Let's clean up that liquid spill. Alright, I'm going to wait for as long as I possibly can to turn the gas back on because I don't know about you guys, but I am not a massive fan of hot oxygen being pumped directly into the base. I don't want any of these things. I'm just going to reject them all. I know we could have probably killed the Drecklet for food or something, but yeah, forget it. Is the Super Bowl going on right now? I have to admit, I wouldn't know. Okay. 89 degrees, 116 degrees. Okay, this will cool eventually. Temperature is going down, maybe. Metal tiles, their temperature is slowly changing downward. I would ideally like the oxygen to come out at like 50 degrees or so. But that's gonna be a while before we see that. Yeah, even over here on the cold end, the water is 90 degrees. And on the hot end, it's a lot hotter. Of course, the point of this is not to cool the water down. It's nice if it happens, but that's not the point. I wouldn't mind having a little ice tray here. But what I'm actually after is once this cools down enough, getting cold oxygen out the other side. But considering it's 1140, I don't think we're going to see that yet today. Looks like we've got the gas reservoirs mostly full. This is being pumped dry. It's got 30 cycles before it runs again. So that'll pump down to a vacuum. This one will be dormant in 30 cycles. So they should nicely overlap. Hopefully we don't need to run the gas geysers full time for this. Steam engine's not quite running yet, although it's getting closer. Our little carbon dioxide cooler here is sort of working. Our cold water from down below isn't pumping. Okay. Yeah, we found a cool slush geyser down here, which is kicking out coolish. At this point, it's probably pretty cold. 36 degrees. Okay, before it was a lot hotter because there was a pool of warm water around it. So that's changed. It's positively frigid inside the tank here. And these things are under 90 degrees. Heck yeah. All right. We probably don't even need this thermal aqua tuner set up anymore. But it's set up, so why would we tear it down? This makes surviving Mars easy. I don't know about that one. Actually, it's been a long time since I played Surviving Mars, so I probably shouldn't talk too loud about it. I don't know. This game is surprisingly easy. If you know a few basic things, you can kind of get it to the point where your things aren't falling over. And then you can kind of teeter along at that spot for a long time. With plenty of warning of things going terribly, horribly wrong. And from there, if you watch a tutorial or two, you'll be fine. Okay, aluminum volcano there. You know, I think I'm going to cap the night off by submitting a bioscan here. And then digging down to this geyser here and finding out what it is. This is starting to cool down a good bit. You only need to do two things and only need to survive for longer. Secure oxygen and food and you're done. Yeah. As long as you count not baking yourself to death as part of securing food, which it kind of is. Although there are some maps you can play on that the problem is actually getting warm enough. At least in the medium term. Okay. This is going to take a long time to heat up enough to have this full power. Because I put a lot of water in it. Why is there granite right there? Did that get shoved in when these were built? Probably. Oh well, it'll be fine. It won't melt at any temperature this is going to reach. It's under 100 degrees right here at the pipe. Down from the 140 or something it still is over at the hot end. Even to here at the pipe, it's like 111, which is what it was over here just a little bit ago. So this is cooling off pretty rapidly. The metal tiles are still piping hot, though. They'll take a while to cool. There's no reason other than having liquid water and food to control temperature. You could get hot enough to scald your dupes. Bioscan. Somebody get your ass down here. They probably don't want to do it because of the water. There. That'll help get the water down a little bit at least. There's not very much oxygen down here is the problem, or part of the problem. Okay. Submit bioscan. Maybe they can't do it if they can't stand right in front of it. Boom. Priority 9. Also, dig out a couple more tiles right here. Okay, that'll drain the water enough to get to this. Submit bioscan. Do the thing. Half. Nope, he was here for a different purpose. Somebody. Submit bioscan. unreachable by everybody. Damn it. Oh, is it facing the other way? It's facing the other way. Damn it, I hate when that happens. Okay, fine. Be that way. We'll get through via other methods. There we go. Okay. When they all wake up in the morning, somebody will be down here to do this. 120, 119. 142. I think these doors, I don't actually know it for sure, but it certainly seems like they can only open them from one side. I don't, like I said, I don't know if it's true though. They're weird. Here. Get back here. You can breathe later. There. Survey opened the door. Now we can deconstruct it. And continue digging over here. There. Okay. There we go. It would really help if we had oxygen down here. I guess we could pull some out of one of these gas pipes. You can breathe later. Yeah. Hey, this room's got oxygen in it. Not very much, but it's got some. Ceiling collapse. Where? Here? What are you talking about? You're full of it. Anyway. I suppose this is why probably everybody is so excited about Atmos suits. I don't really like them because they're a bit annoying and pain in the butt. But at the end of the day, they are useful things to have. 140 degrees over here, 115 over here. At the pipe, it is 112, 132. Okay, so that's going back into 140. This is coming out at 125. It's actually heating it up now. No, it's not. That's the heat of the pipe. It's coming out at 88. It's going into 141. No, 116. Damn it. I keep looking at the wrong temperature. Free. Okay. We're going to have to build across that gap as well. But we can't till the stupid pinch of pepper is gone. Yeah, I'm not sure what would have collapsed because it zoomed over to here and this building is all firmly in place. Unless it was, there wasn't any sand or anything here to collapse. So I'm not sure what it was on about. Anyway, I'm going to leave this thing firmly alone until later. I don't know what it does, and I will find out at some point when. Like next week, maybe. This week, technically. It's almost Monday already. Okay. Streaming this game is clearly bad for me. It makes me stay up late. It's totally the game's fault. And any statements to the contrary of it being the game's fault is, yeah, people just don't know what they're talking about. Okay, here comes survey. And there we go. Duplicants are really good at holding their breath. That said. Nope, we're back to dark blue again. This whole area is light blue though. That's good. What's the temperature? 90 degrees to the pipe there. The liquid outside the pipe is 109. It's still technically getting cooler maybe. This is at 100 degrees. Outside of the pipe is 131. Metal tiles are still piping hot. We're definitely not going to get cool oxygen anytime soon for this rate. I knew I should have went with 2 aqua tuners. It'll get cold eventually. Ooh, there we go. Steam vent. Ooh, so this is an actual proper steam vent. It produces 1.9 kilos a second at 932 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. We could definitely run a steam gen off that. How much does one of these things consume? Don't know if it actually says here. Steam generator, steam turbine. It consumes... I don't think it actually says. It just says draws in steam, but doesn't say how much steam it has to draw in. Okay, maybe you could run more than one off that. In any case, I'm not going to go ahead and open that up just anytime soon because hot. Very hot. May cause burns. Requires 2 kilograms a second. Okay, so that wouldn't be able to run a steam gen at full speed then. Obviously, it would also completely shut off during its active period. The eruption period is 240 seconds out of every 448. So it only has about half uptime even then. I guess if you're really desperate for water, you could get 95-degree water out of that somewhat regularly. It will because it's too hot. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we're not going to do anything with that because we have the cool steam vent we can deal with instead. That's easier. I mean, if we want to, we can deal with another one up here. If we need water. If we don't need water, then what are we doing? If we need power, there's much easier ways to get power than that. Honestly, does anyone ever use steam turbines for power? Feed the water back in a bit, it'll turn to steam as well. Ooh, that is actually a good idea. If you just pull some of the water off to keep it under a certain pressure or whatever. Ooh. And if you build some stuff in there to help hold the temperature, maybe, to bank it, like lots of metal tiles or something that you can run the steam back and forth between. Build proper heat exchangers to take the new steam and the old water, and you could do some stuff with that. Anyway. That's interesting discovery. Also, there looks like there's another nuclear biome over here. Uranium biome, whatever. Anti-entropy thermonullifier down here. Probably not going to use that. What is this? Oxalite fuse. That's interesting and weird. Anyway, these are all problems for future me, because I'm going to go ahead and save the game right here. It is 11:56 and it is time to quit. And apparently, Dread agrees with me. What is Wasted doing? He's just chatting. Oh, he's doing something to his computer. Was poking the rig and maybe some games with the CERN, which the CERN would be Avicern. So I'm going to go ahead and raid Wasted. Why not? There's nobody else to raid right now. Unless I want to raid a complete stranger. And I don't like raiding strangers because then I feel like I need to stay around and be sociable, and it's just weird. Okay. Thank you all very much for coming by. I greatly appreciate it. Tomorrow being Monday, well, lately I have been fashionably late for Mondays, but hopefully that won't happen tomorrow. We'll see. I do need to be up in the morning, actually, for once, for work, instead of up in the middle of the day for work. So maybe I will get started at a stream at a reasonable time tomorrow, in which case I'm going to try to do X4, because we have got a lot of stuff to do in there, and we're actually getting to the point where things are starting to take off. But we'll see that then. Until then, something weird is going on with Wasted's hard disk, I think. Or his SSDs, I guess. Who has hard drives nowadays? I do. I have one. Anyway, I will see you all later. Have a great night, and goodbye.